Yo. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I think maybe. There we go. Now you can hear. Now they can hear you.
Okay, groovy.
I was like, wait, hold on. I was hiding the wrong.
Hello, world.
Hello,
Hello, children of the
world.
corn.
Also,
I am he who
children
walks
of the-
behind the rows.
Yes, all of that. All of them. All those people. That's who we are. Welcome
Hello,
to
movie
Game of
and
Thrones.
or- Oh
Oh
my
my
god.
god.
God damn it, Taco.
We are off to a great start.
You always
It's
are.
gonna be amazing. It's them. Oh no. Hello. Dreamy. Good to see everyone. Taco. Those who are lurking. Kaz, I see you there in the corners and then the shadows. Don't think you did escape from me, you lurkers.
What we do in
You.
the shadows.
What they. Yeah, I will let them do what they do in the shadows. I don't want to get involved in all of that stuff. That's wild. But yes, thank you for joining us tonight. We have another fun and obviously super exciting and very professional evening ahead of us because that's what we do here. We are very
I just felt
professional.
like there was a little bit of
What the
sarcasm
fuck?
there. It just felt like a little.
I know what you're talking about. We are definitely not sarcastic here.
That's my first
Quick-
language.
We prefer
Oh.
facetious, but
Facetious.
there you go.
Yes. And you would know facetious, wouldn't you? You would know.
Does she do nails? Who is she?
Who's
Is
she?
she?
Who's she? Who the facetious? Facetious. Quick announcement. This Thursday, we have our next episode of the Fae Hunt, featuring our own Dreamy
LV
and LV and Sonder
Oh, wow.
down there in the
and
corner.
Mara,
And Mara. Yeah, it's going to be super
and
wild. Evening kids.
most importantly, Aaron.
Oh, well, you know. It's whatever.
Hey, Aaron.
Aaron. Yeah, Aaron. I've been branded now. I am Aaron.
Well, you are in Texas.
You're gonna get that tattooed across your butt cheeks.
There's just
Branded.
A, and then on the other side is Aaron.
No,
Oh,
no, it's A
For
And then-
asshole.
RON because they can find the A
Okay.
from
Oh,
somewhere
wow.
else.
They found the A. That was
No.
the problem.
In any case, you think you're prepared for the
That's-
chaos, but
that's
you're
not
not
an
at
image I
all.
wanna
This is
think
true.
about.
The amount of chaos that we had and will have is just delightful. So please tune in. I believe it's going to be. We'll try to go again for 8 p.m. Central here on this channel on Thursday because it is amazing and we are having a lot of fun.
Taco, I very much doubt that you misheard whatever you think you misheard.
No, I definitely just didn't hear. I may have misheard something. No. Mm-mm. Okay, so
I like your kids' comment. I would just like type it in the chat, but I'm not actually logged in. I'm realizing over there. So I'll just acknowledge it from here. And then when we go to a break, I'll get logged in.
okay, no worries. You were fine. I don't
8
think.
p.m.
I don't-
Central Time.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything else as far as announcements goes. I did just occur to me that I'm not 100% sure who was doing the.
I think it was supposed to be Kindred.
I think it was.
I
too.
thought it was Leo.
Oh, fuck.
That's okay. Good thing we, are always
Don't say
prepared here.
we're prepared. Don't
We are
say
always
that.
prepared.
Do
so
not lie to
prepared.
them.
Here we go. We'll
I
jump
mean,
in
I have
right
spell
in.
slots
on
prepared, but I don't
tonight's-
know about a backstory prepared.
Here we go in the intro. Take it away.
Here we go. Here we go.
All right, we back. We here. We're doing this thing. All right. Welcome once again to Game of Santos, where we play D&D.
Welcome.
Do you want me to take it away,
Delayed
Kindred, or
all
you
the
got
way.
I can.
Take it away.
Okay.
The sweetest game.
Wow.
I don't know if that's the lyric. I'm guessing.
I think so.
Go
for it.
Yeah. Oh shit. Okay. Last time on Game of Santos, there was a dead person. We said our goodbyes. Yep.
Awe-inspiring.
This is why you need notes.
Shut the fuck up. Where are my notes? Oh.
It was a beautiful service.
Wait, hold on. I got
All this makes sense.
the cat goes flying across the screen.
He's got it like in bullet points.
Yeah.
I've seen it.
And then I chimed in with a haven't you people ever heard of closing the goddamn door.
Something about a
Mhm.
shotgun at a wedding.
So Evian sacrificed herself to break my curse, I think. At least from my perspective. And goodbyes were said. The village was tasked with paying their respects to their leader. Everyone had a nice goodbye, as well as Sonder, Iskra, Ardrin,
Good to go.
North went to meet Evian's sister and gave them some of her remains from what was left of the funeral. I contacted Borakor to help ferry her body, which I could just imagine the conversation on the way back to. It's not hell. Where do they go? Whatever afterlife that they're in. I can just imagine that conversation. And then we decided what to do next. I sent some people back to a tet with career day. And I found out how annoying as fuck I was about books with the little girls. And I'm regretting that and starting to second guess myself. Might have to kill
You
them.
started the next wave of kindreds. The next generation has begun. We're always like, we'll do better this next generation. And yet somehow we just wind up being our parents.
Kindred in the future is like, had I known that I just met the most dark wizard
The darkest wizard. I just
all
met the
existence.
evilest wizard. I was the one who started her on this path of great evil.
If
And
she decides
then,
to start using an anagram name, then you need to be concerned.
Yes.
She suddenly starts walking around with a familiar, and she no longer has a sister.
Oh,
no.
Um,
That'd be a good.
And then
tell.
we got to watch Renan beg and grovel at Granny's feet because he done fucked up with some wood.
Okay, well, that's not exactly how it happened.
That's how it happened in my review.
My
Okay.
review. And his Yelp review. This is his Yelp review right now. This is Kindred's Yelp review.
Then Fanch came in. We're like, what the fuck? And now we're caught up.
Oh, and you
Riveting.
got cussed at too.
Oh
Message.
yeah, with Borakor. That's why I said that conversation was fun.
Yeah. Super fun. Totes fun.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, as I guess really the last thing we had done was you had sent off the
Weird
In-
day.
individuals to a tet complete with. You guys sent off the horses too, right?
Yes.
That's right. Okay. So, sent off the horses. What did you question? Because I can go either way with this. What did you do with the carriage?
I
It's
was
still
gonna leave that there.
We still have it with us.
'Cause as far as
Okay.
we know, they just brought the horses and the carriage is stuck there.
That's what I had figured as well.
Okay.
It would
I
take-
just love
unless you had started like at the other end of the village, moving it already, and you're like, all right, time it, ready, set, go. Like
Yeah,
some-
at that point we're putting the people in the carriage and just
Oh.
going like, yeah.
yeah, that's
That
true.
I
makes
just
sense.
love the image in my head of horses going through like a portal and just like being thrown out, flipping and
Oh no,
over-
going in.
It's true because there is kind of like that.
yeah,
A couple
over
steps.
people.
That's
The
oh,
awkward step there
Hopefully-
at the teleportation circle.
Why do you
into
think
the
I sent the
Well,
horses
that
to
was-
the druids?
That was
That was
oh,
in Silvery Moon.
that was in Silvery Moon. So luckily, Silvery Moon to the because the Silvery Moon circle is on a wall, and that's why that one was like that weird step. But
I
Oh.
feel like I remember kind of tripping a little when we first arrived, though, with
Mhm.
Aliquin and I to a Tet as well.
maybe I
Be
don't
tripping.
remember the situation. You be
I love
tripping.
how every time we get horses or some kind of carriage type deal, we lose it like
We were
within a few
talking.
sessions.
We literally talked about this, me and Iskra, during
Last
the
time we had
Lord
horses.
Dumplings last week. Was it last week that we did Lord Dumplings?
I think
we were.
so.
Yeah, it was Thursday. Oh my god, it feels like 2 years
Does
ago.
feel like it was a really long time ago.
We covered the entirety of our first campaign, or over the first of our campaign period, on Thursday, and that was something that we mentioned was how you guys had gotten horses, and it lasted you from Neverwinter to Yartar, and
Or
not
Nico.
even
Not even that.
because you guys got the horses like at another town before getting to Yartar, so you had them for probably
At
100
Neverwinter.
miles. You guys need to, and someone made the comment that we need to lease horses versus buying horses. That was, yeah, I was gonna say that sounds like something Graham would say. I had a
Rent to
feeling.
wreck.
Rent to wreck. Well,
Magic.
The only thing about the carriage is I'm definitely taking them pillows.
oh yeah,
because-
take all the end.
You
Put
I
some
mean-
work into them pillows.
You do have a druid that can turn it into a creature that could probably pull the wagon if need be.
Yeah, but not for like a full day.
No.
Soul's gonna be like spiteful and turn into like a donkey or something.
Yeah,
rolling into town with this like weak-looking donkey and this giant carriage. Yeah.
North is antisocial. He might want to live in it while he's inside the Reclaimer.
This is true.
I mean, that's fair. As
we
long
could-
as there's enough room for the wood, it's fine.
Yeah.
Tiny home living.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
tiny home living, definitely. Well, as the magic of the portal closes and vanishes away, you guys are left there staring at the empty space where the last remnants of that magical chalk kind of just like fizzles off, and you are now left with whatever next steps you wish to pursue.
I would like to go find one of the newly elevated lesser druids to ask a question.
Sure. Well, we have the two acolytes. You have Verlassen is the young man, and then Lareth is the young woman.
They both sound like
Mammoth.
dinosaurs.
Then Lareth, I suppose, because I will remember that name better because you said it second.
Okay. Cool.
Velociraptor.
So I'm imagining everybody who is in this village. Yo, what's up, gang? Try a different one. Everyone who is in this village is already kind of present as they were seeing the others off. Basically, right now, I think even some of the people who had been in the village have left as well with people to a Tet, leaving Ardrin, the two acolytes, and perhaps maybe two others that were.
Erwin and Syra would be the other ones, I think, from the village.
Yes. Oh yeah. We had some of those that were here from the
Raid.
the underground.
Yeah.
Yes, so they are present as well.
So walking up to her though, they say, I have a favor to ask if you happen to have the skills to do it.
Curious. Go on.
Are you able to mold plants?
mold plants. To some extent, I suppose, yes.
So I would like to get the stump that was provided for us into some semblance of the shape that I need it to be in order to save time and certainly space. Have the
Okay.
capability of helping.
So you need a carver then?
In a way. Right now it's a large stump, and I'd like to turn it into a rough version of what I'm going to carve it into.
I mean, I can definitely try and help, but I don't think that my ability is more with the growing of new plants, not so much the molding of trees, especially ones that are no longer living.
There's somebody that could help me better.
No, not really.
Well, then I will do best with what I have.
We can definitely do our best to try, but neither I nor Barlassen are exactly the best carvers.
I will appreciate the effort nonetheless.
Of course. Where's this stump that you needed help with?
Back on the airship.
Oh. We have a few duties to attend to, but once we are finished, then
Much appreciated.
Sonder.
No, Isker first.
Oh.
I'm number 3.
Number 3? You're doing numbers?
Thank you.
Perfect.
I thought you were like Hunger Games.
Oh, for a moment. I'm like, this is hard to hold.
Dude. Anyway,
Perfect.
Iskra's just gonna shake her head and kind of throw her arm off to the side and say, "We've taken too much of these people's hospitality. I'll be on the ship," and walks off towards the ship.
Okay. What about the rest of you guys?
Sonder.
North, you should go with her. Don't make her go alone.
Sonder.
I'm going to go visit Sol if he's still around.
Yeah, where are you, Sol?
He's in his room.
Okay, cool. I'll go over there then. I'll pick up my stuff if I'm seeing that we're in the feeling of wanting to head out.
Okay.
So I'll go over to his hut and kind of just knock.
Well, currently
Whatever,
you guys,
like-
yeah. You could probably, your best bet is just to call out, because there's basically curtains for doors in the underground of the hovel, the dens.
Hey, Sol, are you there?
Oh,
You can meow
so-
if you're. Oh,
You can meow in response.
Oh, Sunda, is that you?
yeah. I just wanted to check on you.
You can.
I know it's
you
been
can
a
come
hard
in.
couple of days.
I think it's been one day, right?
It's been a hard 24 hours for you, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Few hours? 12
that's fine.
hours?
It's been a day, I think,
No.
because it happened the night before.
Yeah, so it hasn't
And
been a
it's already
full day
been
yet,
like a
but
whole.
hasn't been the full day yet, because you're still probably looking at like the afternoon right now.
How are you
Yeah.
feeling?
Sunda, you can come in if you'd like.
Okay.
So, Sol is laying on his bed, belly down, and just to paint a picture for you, his arm's been kind of like he's been hanging off the side of the bed, looking down, and he's been kind of daydreamingly been causing flowers to bloom like all over the ground by the bed, like where he's just been touching in places, putting seeds down, and
Were these there before?
no, I I didn't even realize that I was doing that many.
It's beautiful. Looks like a floral carpet, but like it's coming out at you. I'll pick one up. Have you thought about what you want to do going forward? Where we want to go?
Well, I've been doing a lot of thinking,
Mhm.
and I am very saddened for what has happened to Vian. And I've realized that there was nothing I could have done differently. I've thought about it a lot, and uh, I have finally come to terms with what she told me herself and realized that there is nothing I could do to make this outcome different. So I am starting to feel a little bit better.
I'll grab his hands.
Thank you, Sandra.
That's good.
So I have decided that I don't want something like this to happen again. So I'm going to try to be even better than before. I need to get stronger so that I've only just met her and it hurt a lot to lose her. And I can't imagine what it would be like if something like that happened to you or any of our friends.
I'd really like to be on too. She showed me something that I didn't know that existed. But then she was gone within. She was gone hours after. I can't get that back. But
So we'll get up and give Sonder a hug. Are you okay?
I'm just tired of seeing good people lose. I'll hug back.
I have been with nature for my whole life, so I know the truth that everything that comes from nature will return to nature. But I agree with you. I do not wish to be powerless again towards the people who are good who don't deserve to return too soon.
If you're not ready, you don't have to say. But the thing that you saw, what was it? What was it like?
You know, sometimes I even question my own memory, but I think it is time to talk about it. Let's go ahead and I would like to try to explain it to
The group.
the group.
Mhm.
Also,
was-
I'm pretty hungry. I haven't eaten today.
Yeah.
Soul's fine.
Do know that Kindred has a brother who has the same affliction that Kindred did himself. Now that you have seen this happen, perhaps we can prepare for when possibly we need to do it again to remove it from his brother. Did Vian teach you any of the spell to be able to do it on your own? I did ask.
That spell, I think I understand it in what does Kindred say in theories?
Mhm.
I
In
don't-
theory,
in theory. I don't know. I still feel like it is a little bit beyond my ability at the moment. But
It might be too early to ask, but perhaps Ardrin or the other two assistants may know the ritual for that. Would be helpful.
I did pay attention and I did help prepare for the ritual. So I think I know for mostly what is needed. But the power that is needed for it is another matter.
Understood. Let's get something to eat.
Okay.
And we'll head out.
North and I are going to be heading towards the ship.
So while they were doing that, Arjun, you kind of stood back and were just standing around for a moment.
Yeah, you kind of get the sense that he was gathering his thoughts about something he needs to say.
I'm mostly up to you there. Can I ask a favor? We're about the same size, the same build. I am a man in a dress here.
I was just thinking about that. I was like, wait, I guess all your clothing is
Yep.
female hobgoblin
Thunder
size.
Ice Spice.
Although I'm not,
Well,
I'm not
you do
while
wear
I'm
it
not wearing
well.
the slutty dress, it is obviously women's clothing, but it's not as bad as it could be.
Mhm.
That song Cherry Lips came to mind, and I missed that song.
Oh wow, I haven't heard that song forever.
Here's my cherry pie.
No, not that one.
I know.
Follow me. I think I probably got a few things I could hand over.
Thank you, and I will follow. And what do I get? Is it like a 3-piece suit? What do I got?
A lot of the stuff that he would have here would be more predominantly silken in some way or another.
Ooh.
I think the first thing that would come to mind would be a sort of like ankle length, sleeveless, like silk brocade robe that kind of like splits down the middle and then kind of goes wide to follow like the legs, almost like it's just like it's an overlay, like a little Jedi-ish. Yeah, so blue with gold brocade, something that's kind of nice without being too ostentatious.
Yeah,
But it's already in silk, but
Yeah.
a few kind of just basic pants and stuff like that. Nothing too ridiculous. Yeah, you'd probably have like a few other like spare pairs of boots or something, like soft-soled shoes, or you could rifle through. You'd probably just sort of like, here, go nuts. There's not going to be a lot. Like, it's going to be a very small closet of
Do
things.
we have time for a montage? No.
Okay, David Tennant, it's not your regeneration cycle.
Just like, yeah, full on, just completely undressed right there. And I'm just like, weird since I've had to do buttons. And thank you. And lace up boots and get everything ready. But weird being an elf again. Not complaining. Just,
I mean, I've learned to live with it.
can we go find the others again?
Yeah, I gotta go have a conversation, so I'll catch up with you in a bit.
Well, I've been putting it off, and I need to talk to Sol as well. I tried earlier, but we couldn't do it on my own. I'll come with. If that's okay.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I need to have a word with him too, I guess.
While you guys are doing that, what was it you had said a minute ago, Iskra, to Sonder? I heard something about Spy's Murmur.
I spies remembered him, but I used
Yeah.
So I just wanted to make sure that he saw.
Perfect. All right, cool.
Yeah, yeah.
I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. All right. So, Galil, what are you doing? I chose now, as like a good waiter does, right after you take a drink or take a bite of something. That's what we do. That's what a person does. How was your meal?
Oh, hush. Okay, let's see.
It's
Going up to-
tedious.
Fanch.
Mm-hmm.
What?
She kind of watches everybody as they start kind of going off in different directions and kind of sticks hands in pockets.
Wait, our pockets or hers?
No. I said she watches as everybody goes their separate ways,
Oh.
and she sticks her hands in her pockets, just kind of
I
like,
heard, yeah, sticking hands in people's. I'm like, okay, sorry.
Wow. Yeah, I just go up to her and introduce myself. I'm Galil. You're Fanch, right?
yes, Fanch Sternshot.
Nice meeting you. Apparently some of my friends here have already met you.
Oh, yeah, it's kind of one of those situations where, you and your friends were the ones who, helped me get out of a tight situation not too long ago.
Oh, well. What do you plan on doing now?
Honestly, I had, I spoke with, Iskra, I think her name was, and, gonna try and help you out however I can. I already talked to the captain of the ship. I'm gonna try and, see what I can to help you guys out. Looks like you could probably use another hand on the ship. It's a pretty big thing, and all of you are pretty capable of fighting, so I kind of want to be able to contribute wherever I'm able to. If that's
If you'd like.
if that's all right,
Of course. If you'd like, we can go talk to Ilya and see what she has planned for you.
As I recall, and her exact words were something about scrubbing all of the ship from top to bottom, learning my way around the galley, and then starting from the bottom to the top, on as far as learning all the rest of how everything's supposed to work. Something along those lines. She's got a lot of spunk. That one.
You have no idea.
I can't say exactly that, I've ever worked in a ship before. I mean, I was kind of the housewife type for most of my life, so, this is a little bit new for me, but I figured it's probably the best way that I could repay the favor from sparing my life. Or saving my life, I guess. Sparing my life, I guess that remains to be seen.
Well, if you ever want to get on the good side, bring her some smokes.
Yeah, what is up with that anyway? She's got like twigs hanging out of her mouth all the time. But
It keeps her calm, so I'm not gonna.
But are they like just twigs she
worry
picks up
about it.
off the ground, or is it like anything that's particular? Are there a brand of twigs that she's like carrying around in her pocket now?
You should ask her actually to find out for me.
She kind of just gives you like a look, a once over. She goes, how about you first, and then I'll just be there for backup in case she knocks your head off.
Fair.
All right. So, what's your deal anyway? I don't remember you being in there with the rest of them. You just kind of waiting behind with the ship, or how did that all come about anyway?
I've traveled with them before. We just kind of got separated.
Oh. They left you with the ship. They were just like, we're going to go into the castle and free some people. You just hang tight till we give the signal kind of thing? Or, I mean, is that how usually this kind of... Are these the normal shenanigans you guys put yourselves through? Or is this kind of new to you
Kind
also?
of. Kind of.
Oh, good. Good. So, I better learn to wear some anti-flammable material then, I guess, if you're going to be getting shot at all the time.
Yeah, be sure you have something stronger than this silk.
Oh, well, I'll try to remember that. She's like, it looks like she's got like a bunch of things she's wanting to say, but she's also just trying to kind of test the waters before she starts mouthing off. Okay, well, I mean, I kind of know the way over there, but you want to lead the way, and I'll follow you.
Of course, come on.
Kind of shrugs and follows you as you make your way towards the ship. Now having this little parade, this little bit of a parade of people that are headed back to the ship. Who's still in the village right now? It's Ardrin, Kindred, Sonder, and Sol.
Mhm.
Right, okay. So then I'm assuming the rest, those you four, eventually meet up.
Yeah, they wanted to go visit Soul, so we were heading out.
When Soul sees Ardrin and Kindred together, he does
Another dotted line escape scene, or
yes, that. No, not that one. Hidden step. Yeah.
Oh gosh.
He does hidden step. You see him just kind of vanish. But
Yeah.
trigger style smoke bomb.
Oh, and so I need to go pick
And then you see the dotted line blinking.
up Soul.
Sonder feels the familiar strong arms around him, and then he gets lifted up off the ground.
Oh, so great. So now you're just flying in the air. Cool.
They're attacking again.
And then Soul comes back into view while holding Sonder. Oh, sorry that I didn't mean to do that. It was an instinct.
It's an involuntary tick.
Yeah.
I need to go pick up the scepter. The anti-magic one from Valoroven.
Are you
So-
going right now?
Yeah. Do you want to go?
But there's Kindred and Ardrin.
I know, but Iskra asks me. Did you want to talk to Ardrin and
I
Kindred?
bet by now we're like up right up to
Yeah.
them. Hey guys,
Yeah. You're just like right there. I'm like, oh, well, too late. They're there now.
Hello.
how have you been, Soul?
I'm gonna hand
I
you
do
the
not
flower.
make eye contact with him at all. Like it's really awkward.
What did you say, Sonder?
I'm gonna give Kindred the flower from earlier. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hello, Ardrin, and hello, man, Kindred.
This isn't the first time you've met, is it?
Yes, for man, Kindred, yes.
Please don't call me that.
Yeah, call him Kindred with 2 Ds.
That would be pretty.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna make that comment.
Okay, okay. Just
How you holding up?
I wanted to ask you the same thing.
It's a bad day.
Can we go somewhere to sit down, or we can just sit right here.
I figure if they were kind of coming out to eventually have food, they might be back to where kind of like the various stumps and tables and stuff were.
Yep.
So kind of just gestures over to that, and
It's like that one spot at the Ren Fairs where everybody kind of just always winds up sitting down because there's a bunch of chairs around there anyway. The
Kin
food
dude.
court. The kin dude. The food court. You're hanging out at the food court in the cluster.
At the
right now.
mall.
Yeah.
I'll go get us some pizzas. No.
Anybody want a soft pretzel?
Oh, that sounds good.
So, I think it is time that I explain what happened, or at least what looked like happened.
What do you mean looked like happened?
Well, I don't really understand it myself.
let's
So-
just start with what you saw, and we'll go from there.
Okay. Alright. So Kindred is on the laying down, and Vian started with a ritual, and I tried to help. Things looked like they were doing okay. Kindred spirit seemed to be moving toward the where the body had the clay. This is really hard to say because it was really scary, but something else came out of Kindred. Everything seemed to have stopped around us, and it seemed like I couldn't move, and it seemed like no one could move. But something really dark came out of Kindred. It spoke, and it was powerful, and none of my magic, none of my nature would work. I felt really weak in its presence, and then Vian was getting attacked, and I couldn't do anything. I felt energy around me because I was trying to force anything, any sort of magic, anything at all. And the only thing that would happen is I felt some energy around me, like my normal nature energy. It seemed like Vian was trying to stop it, but was also confused and scared. And then it latched onto her. And it seemed that the two became one. Vian told me that that thing had to be stopped, not to let it get out. So I am so sorry because of how weak I was. I couldn't do anything except
It's not true, Soul.
I had to kill her.
You actually did so much. From what I remember, all I could hear was your voice, and that's what I ran to. I don't remember seeing anything, but I heard a voice. It was dark and it came from everywhere. But then I could hear your voice, and you, and I just kept going towards it the entire time. And then next thing I know, I'm coming to and here. So you did a lot for me. Even if you don't know it, you got me through that.
Did everything come back as you were expecting?
Well, to say as expected would be a bad statement, but you saved me.
You'd have all of your fingers and your toes.
My minor illusion minus one finger.
Sure.
That's messed up.
I'll accept this part, but nobody needs the tip.
Maybe that was dirt and not clay, that part.
And I'll undo it. I'm just messing with you, Soul. Everything's back perfect.
Oh, okay. That was funny.
That was funny? Question mark?
Dot, dot, dot.
Change tone slightly.
Mm-hmm. It was an attempt. But don't think you didn't do anything, because you did. At least for me, you did.
I want to make it known that I am going to continue to become better and stronger in the future.
Well, speaking of strength, I kind of got the impression that Vian had wanted me there to possibly be the one to put her down. And I didn't have the strength to do it. So thank you for doing it for me. That's a terrible burden to have on you, and I'm sorry.
I am sorry too. I wish there was a different outcome for how everything went. But at least it seems like whatever that dark thing was is no more.
Well, at least that
So-
form of it. I don't know about the source.
I'm not quite sure. I'm not even quite sure how to put this, but I feel different. And it's dumb to say like a weight has been lifted because it's something I'd always had, so I wouldn't know, but something's different.
Your your body is different. Probably weight in different spots that are no longer there or moved.
You've gained a couple pounds.
It might have, take some time to get used to that.
Oh, gained a couple pounds on the ego. No, like on the inside, something's gone, but better for it. So, while I can't say for sure whether or not the phylactery has been purged or cleansed entirely, it's different. And I want to say maybe in some level, Vian knew what she was doing in order to do so.
You think that maybe she knew this was going to happen?
I think she knew the outcome, not necessarily the entirety of the cause, and she made her peace with it to some extent.
Okay. She was very wise, so it is truth to say that that thought doesn't surprise me.
She was one of the wisest and sometimes frustratingly selfless people I've ever known. So the fact that she wanted to spend some of her final moments teaching you an important skill, carry that. That's all I'm asking of you.
Well, I think I can promise that because I will probably never forget what happened.
So, this may or may not be the best time to bring this up, but I have a twin that I found out about not that long ago, and I can't help but think maybe we might have to try this again at some point, somehow, some way.
That sounds like what Sandra was telling me too,
Wait, Sandra told you what?
that we might have to do this again.
Why? Did he tell you I had a brother?
I don't think specific. Wait, Sandra did say he had a brother, right? He didn't say twin though, right?
Yes.
Yeah. You have a brother, and
He promised he wouldn't say anything. I made him promise.
Hmm.
I'm going to get him.
You told the entire group.
No,
Yeah.
not certain things. Oh, stop metagaming pigeon.
You're metagaming pigeon right now. You're the metagaming pigeon.
The fuck are all these pigeons coming from?
Cool.
Where are these spiders when you need them?
Work for the bourgeoisie.
suddenly you hear Soul's stomach growl really loud. Oh, I am very hungry, by the way. I haven't ate anything today.
I pull out a ration from my bag of holding. I mean, it's for now until we can. I think, is it lunchtime? Getting lunchtime?
It's like just past or getting at. It's right at it. It should be.
Until we get to lunch, Soul?
Okay.
Right over the ration. And then watch my hands like, oh.
Soul's other mouth comes out of his mouth and just like.
No.
He just gave a was it those Valley granola bars
Granola
to a
bars.
starving velociraptor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Utah.
Or it's like in Lord of the Rings. What is it called? The Lambert spread? or
Lambda
something?
spread. Yeah.
Lambus. Where he's like, how much did
Had
you
about
eat?
6.
Oh my god.
Well,
Small piece can feed a full-grown man. How many did you have? 6?
I'd stand up and give you a hug, Saul, and just last a little second longer than normal because thank you. And then we'll go get lunch.
I think the Taco Palenque is open over here at the at the food court, at the mall food court now. You can just go over there and you can like go get some samples from the
So it gives
Tokyo
Kindred,
Inn. From the
a
Tokyo
hug back.
Inn.
so it gives Kindred a hug back. Stands up, gives him a proper hug, elevated hug, and then gives one to Arjun too.
He was not expecting it, but he kind of just leans into it after a second and just lets it happen.
It's like hugging a big bear that lets you hug back without mauling you to death. It's great.
Oddly specific.
I
I
know.
just
That's
think
what I was
Arjun
thinking. I was
just-
like,
You can't escape it. He knows. Yeah. Let's go eat. I'm hungry too.
He's going to leave them to go find food. He's going to go and find the 2 acolytes and Terwin and Syra.
okay. While you go do that, we go back over to the boat. Currently, I guess Galil and Fanch. Well, I guess no. I guess Renan and North were the first ones to. No. So, Iskra was the first one to go over there. Then Renan, and then Galil and Fanch. Iskra, what are you up to?
Just getting set back up in my room.
Okay.
Checking it out. Seeing if anything in there has shifted. Not like I had any possessions, so it's probably just a hammock and an otherwise empty room.
You do have these rooms have like little berths, so they do have like what amounts to like maybe a slightly about the size of a twin size bed that kind of is nailed into the floor and partially into the wall, so that it kind of is very stable, provides a little bit of a railing so you don't just like roll off in case of inclement weather. But it's kind of like a little nest kind of thing to where you can use that as a bed. I think in these rooms, depending on which room it is, but if it's in one of the normal smaller rooms, then it also has a little bit of a desk and then some shelving to put like clothes or whatever. So there's a little bit of space, but it's not like fancy. The berths that are below in the lowest deck are meant for more like the crew kind of thing, and so those are the ones where it has various hammocks and stuff set up and doesn't have like full-on rooms. But the mid-deck section where the brigade stays are somewhat nicer in that sense, I guess. So you got some space.
Yeah,
in there.
I recall that I was on the mid deck towards the fore of the ship, next to the little like sitting room.
Yes, that's
Uh,
right.
So I just start taking out like the suddenly goat's costume and put that away someplace. Change out of my spider silk clothing into my regular clothes. Put the reptilian wooden mask from the suddenly goat's outfit, like hang it
Yeah.
up someplace. Just get things out of my bag that don't need to be in there right now.
Okay.
Set my dulcimer somewhere. And then just head up on the deck and wait for everybody else.
I would say
Take in the forest.
yeah. I would say as you are like kind of looking about your room after having like set up a couple of things, you get a little knock on the not on so much on the door, but like on the wall. Did you close the door behind you? If you close the door behind you, okay. So then on the door.
Since I had to change.
Yeah, fair enough. Good point.
It's open.
The door opens and you see Captain Illy standing there. No twig in mouth at the moment, but she stands there. Everything according to you, the way you remember it.
Yes, ma'am. Think I'm ready to get traveling again. Any thoughts on where we should go?
Your guess is as good as mine. I'm just the one flying the damn thing. You kids are the ones who are supposed to figure that out. I think Galil's supposed to be trying to figure some things out. There was someone, that Fanch girl. She was the one who was kind of had a few ideas. I think North too said something about he knew a couple of places. So I guess between the two of them and the rest of y'all's, that maybe you can figure something out.
North does, huh?
You doing
Yeah,
all right?
I think Fanch will help us out. Me?
I recognize homesickness when I see it.
It's been a difficult few weeks since we left you, Captain.
Forget about the captain. Just call me Illy. It's fine. You've done enough for the boys. You're basically part of the family. A bit bigger part of the family, but still part of the family nonetheless.
I appreciate it, Illy. Thank you. I'll be all right. I just want to focus on what we have to do next.
Fair
That's
enough.
the thing that will keep me feeling best.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, if you need anything, you just need a holler. Don't forget to use the tubes. Some one way or the other, I'll be able to hear them. But, us girls, we gotta stick together, so that's what I'm here for. Just make sure you're all right.
I'm glad we have Fanch with us now, too. Kindred's back to his old self, so...
Oh, that's true. She does seem like she's rather eager to get started with things. I kind of have her doing busy work for now till I can figure her out. Not always trusting of people who are so eager to help. Takes me forever to get the boys to do their chores, much less the lot of you guys. You guys have always been a pain in my ass, but a lovable one. I say that with love, but you're still pains in the ass.
I won't deny it. I think Fanch is coming from a genuine place. I was hoping to show her one of the gunnery stations in a bit.
Oh man, those wizards back in Silvery Moon and that one tall fuzzy fella, they all did a number on this baby. I don't know if you've seen all the things that this thing can do now.
Sparrow gave me a little bit of a tour.
Yeah, I mean be turning invisible, things be exploding, shit. Now it's insane. But
Wait a minute, we can turn invisible?
sort of. At least from down below, they can't see us from there looking up. Kind of helps a little bit. Whatever we're
I
going to be
imagine
doing.
it will.
Not to mention now we can kind of sort of be able to repair ourselves. That part I'm really looking forward to. But, one thing at a time. I'm sure that I will get you all caught up. Galil knows a little more about this than I think the rest of them do. But, between the two, well, 4 of us, if you count the boys, I'm sure we can figure out a way to get you caught up to speed. Whatever they say. We get you caught up. That's what we're gonna do. But anyway, I just thought I'd check in on you since, nobody else was around. Don't want them seeing my soft side,
I appreciate it, Ellie, and I'll keep it under wraps.
Alright. You don't forget to holler at Grandma if you need anything. She, turns around and starts walking back down the hallway. And it's not long after that you hear some more voices as you, I guess, exit your room to kind of wait for everybody else. You see Renan and North heading down to the cargo section of the ship. And by the time you reach the upper decks, you can see coming up the path coming from the direction of the village, Galil and Fanch.
I'll give him a small wave.
Fanch kind of does a very friendly waves above her head as you guys get back up on the ship, Galil. Fanch kind of gives you the what's up nod. Iskra, she comes up the stairway. It's like, hey,
Fanch.
you already here? Did you get settled in?
Where's everyone?
I think most people are still back at the village. I did see Renan and North head down into the very lowest decks. Through the cargo area.
Oh, that's right. There's a big thing of wood down there. I keep forgetting. I was going to ask you guys about that. You just normally carry wood with you like that everywhere you go to?
I guess we do now.
I guess it helps with the repairing of things, I suppose, if stuff gets broken or whatever.
I think Renan has something special in mind for it.
Oh.
If not, it can be firewood. Easily.
You're gonna put a fire on this thing? I don't think that'd probably be wise.
I meant for when we camp out.
Oh, right.
We don't always stay on board the ship when we land.
Makes sense, I suppose. Makes sense.
I mean, have you seen that piece of wood down there? I think you can spare some.
I mean, I would imagine thing's probably at least 3 or 4 regular trees. I can't even imagine what the full tree would have looked like if it was still in the ground and whatever.
Do you think it would release some kind of fey magic if we burned it, though? I mean, it did come from the earwood, and it looked really old.
I mean, there's only one way to
we
find
can
out.
We can also have Kindred detect magic for just in case.
That's a decent thought.
Detect magic. I'm gonna have to get used to all these spells you guys throwing around like it's, just everyday kind of stuff.
Believe me, you'll get used to it.
Oh, I'm gonna whistle. Oreo.
And from the Netherverse, Oreo comes bounding around the corner. I imagine Oreo's kind of just always around at your side anyway. She goes, "Whoa!"
Well,
kind of takes a step back. I keep forgetting about how big this thing is. Are you sure she's definitely friendly though, right?
yeah, she just eats kids. That's it.
Oh, just eats kids. No big deal. Good thing I'm
He's
not a kid.
joking, as far as I know.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past it. Look at the thing. It's got fangs bigger than my face.
Just look. Oreo's just looking at Iskra.
Well, on that note, I'm gonna go find Captain Illy and see if there's anything she needs help doing. You just holler at me if you need anything. All right.
Yeah, if you're interested in taking a look at one of the gunnery stations later, I figure I could show you. I mean, sure, a child taught me how to use it, but
She
it's,
starts
should go pretty smooth.
she rubs her hands together like she's excited until you say a child taught you, and you're just like, "Ooh, are you sure you know what you're gonna be what you're doing down there?"
Enough.
Excellent. This is gonna go great. I can already tell. She just starts walking off.
The same child taught me. Don't worry, you'll be fine.
Perfect.
That's
That's
so
all I needed
reassuring.
to know. She just keeps walking.
Gets off the ship, walks into the forest, never comes back.
Let me get these guys. They're gonna blow up in the middle of Hindenburg Part 2. All right.
Do you want to help me go make lunch?
Oh, that's a good idea. And it's been a while since we cooked together.
Right. Maybe then we can actually talk and catch up.
Depends on what about, but sure.
Why do you say it like that?
I have not forgotten the avenue you went on when we were in the pool with the three kindreds.
With the kindreds. I was fair. Oh well. Just a simple catch up talk. How about that?
Yeah, we've got a lot to talk about for sure. I don't know exactly what you went through, but it's been a bit of a ringer for us.
It's been a ringer for me too.
Everyone's been ringing. Ring-a-ding-ding.
How so?
Wait, what?
How so? I mean, yeah.
I mean, I
Were
landed
you lost
in the
at sea
abyss.
for long?
I woke up kind of dehydrated and weak, so I'm pretty sure I was.
How long were you in the abyss, anyway? I know where I'm from, time apparently doesn't work the same as here. Was it the same down there?
I believe so. I mean, it felt like I was there for more than a couple weeks, actually.
And you know he's been gone for, I want to say it was like 5 or 6 days. From beginning.
Right.
Nah, actually,
maybe a little bit
it
longer.
may have been closer to a week. Because the weeks here are 10 days. So we're looking at like maybe closer to a week's time. In the time, like, we counted out what it was from Silvery Moon to here, but I don't remember the days from the ship being lost. You were in you were in Veltalar, I think 4 days, right? What's 3 for?
Yeah.
Kindred.
Thought it was 3 days trip to get to where we were, and then the fog happened and all that shit.
Well, I just meant from when he disappeared. Like
Oh.
from that point until now,
Yeah,
or
'cause it was,
until
like,
you guys
that
saw each
night,
other.
And then we
Yeah.
got to like the small fishing town, Spandy Line, and then like we like because that was
Travel.
been on, we like got in and got out.
Oh, that's right. You weren't there for that night.
But we
You
did
didn't
stay
there.
at least 2
Up the
nights
side of
on
the
the
road.
road, maybe 3.
Yeah.
So,
So yeah, it's probably been about a week in the real world.
but you didn't bring any of the abyss back with you, did you? Knowing that the way abyssal forces have worked on us in the past.
Afflicted? I don't think so. I mean, I had the sisters help me out with that. The only thing I have with the abyss is I go into my freaking bag, Pull out the small mushrooms.
Oh,
Oh, I just have these
These-
mushrooms. No big deal.
Yep.
Just some mushrooms from the abyss.
Are from the abyss.
I mean, they're from the abyss, so I'm pretty sure they're not supposed to eat.
yeah, I hope you're not planning on
So-
cooking them, are you?
No, I'm planning on doing something else with them. I'm gonna need Kendra's help with that. So
fried and eaten and smoked.
Well, I'm glad that the sisters were there for you. I hate to say it, but I had written you off as dead. Afriel couldn't
A lot of
heal
people
you.
tend to do that.
Kindred couldn't scry on you. I thought it was better to just move on. I should have said we should have looked harder.
it's not the first time that someone's written me off like that.
We may as well get down to the galley, right?
Oh, I figured
Yeah.
you guys were talking and walking, so
Okay,
Well,
cool.
yeah, talking, walking,
yeah.
walking,
I was-
talking.
walking, talking. I figured by this point you're in the galley. You're just kind of
Yeah,
like
grabbing
preparing things
like
because it would
items.
make sense at that point when
Thank
he
you
brings
very
out
much.
the mushrooms. So where you're like, you're not
Yes.
gonna cook that, right? You're
Some
Perfect.
scallops and some steamed cabbage sounds good, right?
I just imagine there's
we
like
made a cabbage dish together once. Let's do it.
Yes. Gotta have something for those what do you call them? The vegetarians. Cough cough Sonder, cough soul.
cough, cough.
what would eat
Saunders
meat, yo?
muted.
Saunders muted. Womp womp.
Cough, cough, Iskra as well. Isn't Iskra also
It's them
In
Drops.
real life, I am, but Iskra,
Oh.
the character, is not.
Okay.
Which
just
feels weird
imagine-
sometimes. but-
Yeah. Oh yeah. Let me just eat this delicious lamb.
Vegetarian or pescatarian?
I just
like
imagine
real me, vegetarian.
Yeah, real you. Vegetarian or pescatarian?
Iskra, the player, is full on vegetarian, not vegan.
Okay.
Side note for everybody.
Mm.
Mhm.
Iskra, the character, eats whatever,
I mean, when
She's
you grow,
not afraid.
when you grow
depending
up.
on how much she's had to drink. She might even eat the abyssal mushrooms.
Wow.
Get her a drink.
Oh my god, this is
mushrooms.
true.
The mushrooms have like
See the
clouds of
abyss.
spores that come out that are in the shape of like skulls.
I'm suddenly picturing Iskra getting full on white girl karate wasted off of these shrooms and just lambasting the entire party.
Like all Rock Lee, like
This is
Yeah.
gonna be our TPK.
Yeah, it's gonna come
Abyssal
from within.
mushrooms.
Come from within.
She's
Beautiful.
like that video meme where the guy's at the birthday party with the kids and people keep coming up there and she's just like slapping them all one at a time. That's
Yeah.
all of us.
All right.
If you feel
Um,
anything strange coming on, from having been in the abyss, the sisterhood taught Al and I some exercises I could help you with.
Okay. I'll hold you to that.
All right. You start preparing your vegetarian feast of scallops. Scallops? And
No, scallops are going to be for
Oh.
non-vegetarians.
Got it. Understood. I was like, wait, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't compute.
I
Okay.
believe Sonder was going like this.
All right. Go ahead,
Oh,
Sonder.
for a bit. I just wanted to say that I was going to get the scepter and then head towards the ship.
Which
Try to find
reminds,
Soul and then head towards the ship.
Which reminds me, where was the scepter? Because I have lost track of that thing.
It was in one of the rooms when we
It was-
first got there. We put it on a shelf.
Okay, that's right.
Right, we
That's
did
right.
like
it's
a
on the
little.
gun rack.
Sonder
Yeah.
hoisted me up, and I went.
With a gun rack.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so you grabbed the rod, and you went to find. You said Soul.
Yeah.
Who
And then
at this
if-
point I would imagine the Soul is with Arjun and Kindred, and they were in the process of eating something.
I'm probably gonna head to if I can't find Soul where I'd left him,
Oh yeah,
I would just go to
you
the
can
ship.
find them. Yeah, you can find them. Easily
Okay.
enough. Yeah.
Cool.
I'm holding a spot while Soul's like getting plates because he can hold more.
Listen, there is literally like 4 people in this village. I think you have plenty of seating available. You're fine.
I still hold the spots now.
Nobody comes anywhere near our table. Got it.
Eagle
Can't sit
line
with
his own
us.
drink.
Mine.
Yeah,
Mine.
exactly.
On Wednesdays, we wear pink.
Mm-hmm.
I think on Wednesdays we wear funeral shrouds.
Oh no!
Too soon. Too soon.
Blackpink.
Where's your cough soul? Amazing. All right, so Renan and North, what are you guys doing?
I suppose. So is there enough room in the hold for the stump and the carriage?
Let's say that it is an extremely tight fit. Something is probably going to get damaged over time.
So
Well, then in that case, North can just figure out somewhere else to sleep because we're going to be abandoning the carriage.
The fuck we are.
I
paid for
Wait.
that one.
oh
bolt the
you
carriage
did.
to
No
the-
wait, I
Mhm.
thought
Nope.
bolted.
You bought the horses.
By
I
the
bought
way, I
carriage.
found the pics to the airship
Okay.
in the Justice Santos.
Okay.
like the floor plan.
Yeah, all that.
Nice. Perfect. Thank you.
And it shows which rooms we all had.
Nice.
Oh my God! You had to scroll
Whoa,
way back.
Way back.
Dude,
813.
it's all the way at
August-
the beginning.
August 2020.
89.
Good.
Nice.
Man.
Oh, 89. Okay.
That's not that long ago. I
We've
guess.
been
I mean,
doing
it's
this
over
for
a year.
year.
Yo, this is our anniversary month. You know that, right? This is 3
Yeah.
years. Yeah.
Yeah, this is 3 years.
But 1 year for me, Iskra.
Yep. 1 year for you and Iskra.
Wow.
Renan, were you already
Mhm.
part of it or? No, right?
Iskra
don't think
was
so.
11. All right. Cool. All right. Cool. Well, there we go.
I keep forgetting it's October.
Yeah. I
Jesus.
will,
Yeah, I was right at when you guys got to Silvery Moon.
Mhm.
That's when
Wow.
I fell through a tavern ceiling, and
Oh, the thing's on fire.
You know.
And destroyed a
this-
tree.
This is completely
hey,
like.
the tree was perfectly fine.
This is
You
completely.
destroyed a tree.
This is kind of lateral sideways a little bit, but I did see on Facebook that I had a year ago today was when we did the Star Wars one shot. I was like, oh,
No
What?
way.
it's been a
A
year
year
already?
ago?
Yeah, that was when we did the Star
That's
Wars one.
wild.
That
Yeah,
feels
that-
like
Which
6
means-
months
Ow.
ago.
Which
to me.
means next week I think it's next week, or it'd be the week after. Was when you guys did the Ghostbusters one.
Dang.
Oh
Because
my
it was,
gosh.
it was shortly after that. Yeah.
1 year ago.
Yeah, emo. Yeah, it's been a year since Sybil was birthed into the world. It's been a
Crazy.
year of Sybil. I know.
1
Time
year ago.
time flies. Thank you, Facebook, for remembering things that I did not. But anyway. All right. So,
Glad everybody can go to their rooms.
well, you can we
There's
have-
there's still empty rooms available.
there are empty rooms
Yeah,
available,
read
through them.
and there's like space up on the deck that you can just like throw out your little sleeping bag, so you have the freedom of sleeping amongst the stars or whatever.
I
Make
know,
bunk
but-
beds,
But,
so much more
but
room for
nobody's had that
activities.
conversation with me. Like,
Well, to be fair,
I just
You
need
were
a
supposed to stay
closet to put my
outside.
stuff in.
Yeah, you just need a closet. It's fine. You can commandeer one of the storage closets. You just put all
I'll
your
live
gear
with
in
that.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
oh my gosh.
Yeah, 1 year ago today was the gruff catchphrase. I went to community college. Oh my God. Do you remember how he says that, Gruff?
I went to community college.
It was my favorite. That was my favorite thing about that whole experience was Martell and Gruff and the community college bit.
Yeah. Our relationship Martel, if
Martel.
you're watching this, I'm down for another one shot as Gruff. With you.
just the adventures
Hello.
of Martel and Gruff.
Mhm.
All right.
Yes,
I
that
love
could be a
Gruff.
thing. That
Gruff
could be
was
a thing.
amazing.
Gruff is amazing.
Gruff was fun to be.
He's still out there.
Is fun to be.
Yeah. He's
He's currently on a boat towards Calimport,
they just
isn't he?
they just their destination is Calimport. That's right. Shelby, Sybil, Martel, and Gruff are currently on their way to Calimport. In our little text adventure thread on our Discord. Hey, Discord. Hey. Okay. We digress. So we'll say over the course of the next couple hours, everybody kind of, I would imagine, seems to be making their way back to the ship. Yes? So from
Make
the
my
way
way.
the way it sounds, Saunders collecting Soul and Kindred. Ardrin, you said you wanted to speak with the acolytes, right?
And Terwin and Syra.
Right. What would you like to do?
I guess meet with them in Vianne's den.
Okay.
That's the most apt out of all the little spaces.
Sure. And having gathered them together.
So I don't really know where to begin with this, other than the fact it seems to be that the general belief is this circlet denotes a certain amount of leadership, which I'm more than happy to dispute. But if that's what the general consensus is, all right. That being said, the things we do have value. Rescuing those people had value for the people that were being rescued. Nothing about that can be taken away. They will always be grateful for that, and I will always be happy that it happened. But in order to stop that even being necessary, the fight is elsewhere. And right now, I think that's where I can be most useful, at least for a time. I don't know what that means about you or this place or the relationship with the Fae and the Fae Wild. I guess I'm kind of looking for guidance and permission to go do what I feel like I need to do to make this not be everyone's future.
The two members from the underground kind of look to each other and then to you. Terwin, in her quasi-grandmotherly age, gives you that almost grandmother smile and just kind of shakes her head. You're not tied down here. You know that. We all have our own lives and we all have our own roles to play within the underground. We simply followed Vianne's lead in trying to assist those who needed to find a way to escape from the Watch. At the moment, from little that we have been able to hear back from Veltalar and the other places, it would seem that the Empire has moved in. Whatever damage the Watch has done helped with that. For the moment, the rest of the citizens can but hope to hunker down and keep their heads bowed and low. We will still continue to do our part to help those in need, but For the moment, it seems that we have bigger problems to face. And if you feel like you can help these people out in doing that, then in the long run, your job has not changed. Just where you are. um, Varlassen having taken a little more of a seat and had just seemed to be considering your words. You know that we will watch over the cluster and the forest as best as we can. Vian taught us much when it came to the things with the druids' ways. And together, me and Lareth are prepared to do what we can to keep this point between the material plane and the Feywilds in check and safe, however we can. In the end, the choice is yours.
If you need me, are you able to get word to me?
They look to each other, and then it is Terwin and Syra. Syra is the one that kind of like scratches at her chin a little bit. I'm sure we can find a way.
Well, as long as that's possible, I always have a way to get back here quickly.
That's true.
Of course, I've never actually traveled that way, so that's going to be a fun learning experience for everyone involved. But looking forward to trying that out at least once.
Oh, I'm sure there are plenty of things that you're going to try out more than once on this journey. Syra kind of gives you a little bit of a wink and a sly devilish smile.
Well, ain't my first rodeo, but eager to get back out there. Do something of use.
Sure you are. I never felt the underground really suited you anyway.
For a time, maybe. But
we'll keep things moving. If that is what you're worried about.
Well, piece of my heart is always going to be here and in that work. So yeah, I do want to see it continue, but I got a different task to do that's, I hope, complementary to that.
Of course.
Which does lead me to this, is whether or not I should be taking it with me or leaving that here for you folk. Via may have given it to me, but you're the ones residing here.
They all kind of don't say anything until Lareth stands. That is very kind of you. But it is, again, a choice you will have to make yourself. If you'll excuse me, I have some things I must attend to.
Small bow, and lets them go.
The two acolytes head out. Terwin and Syra stay for a minute before Syra leaves as well. And Terwin comes over and pats you on the shoulder. And then as she leaves, smacks your butt.
Well, nice to know some things don't change.
And probably never will, she calls back.
And what? some measure of his conscience alleviated, he's going to go to his room, pack a few things, come back to Vianne's, and take one of her traveling robes with him, and he'll head on out to the ship.
Okay. Renan, you had you had your fingers
mind.
raised.
Yeah, never mind.
Okay. All right. So, as you head over to out towards the reclaimer, and everybody seems to be gathering there.
One quick thing.
Yeah.
I don't have to. I can just do a roll for it if need be. But after Soul and I finish eating, can we just kind of do like a quick check in with someone to see if like maybe we can try to gather some last minute supplies before we know we're gonna leave?
Sure. What are you wanting to try and gather?
Rations, rope, clothes, water, or vials, just basic things that we might come up. Who knows when?
The village doesn't really have like a stockpile of things, I will say.
Right, that's what I'm
Gathering,
I would imagine a lot of silken rope.
yeah, yeah, you could probably get plenty of that.
Okay.
But as far as like vials, maybe not so much. Like you can get water easily enough from any one of the number of springs that are in the area.
Oh, Thunder can make water. Forgot
Yeah.
about that.
And there's always that. Food wise, the ship already has some provisions. You probably will have enough on there for at least a month is usually what it always gets stocked up at. So you probably
what
sell
about-
food for a while.
That'd be a nice present, but do y'all have like maybe some really nice arrows?
Yeah, that could be probably found. I mean, they're
I
not
would
going to
like-
be any like super special, but you can get.
Oh
some
yeah,
arrows.
but like maybe like some, a nice present for Galil. Welcome back, real world.
Here's some arrows.
Mhm.
Use them for us. All right. Yeah, easy enough. You can get some supplies. I guess on that note, we can go ahead as you guys are gathering together on
Renan
the
had
reclaimer.
something.
Oh yes.
Did.
Go for it.
So the reason I said never mind was because I have ADHD and I forgot. So I remembered.
Okay.
Once I get back to the ship, I'm gonna whittle, like, from a small piece of wood. I'm gonna whittle the general shape that I
whittle.
need the trunk or the stump
Yeah.
turned into, so that I can do the details later.
Okay.
Let's just give
But-
me those details.
All right. You get a whittle version.
Whittle.
You can whittle a whittle version of the
I'll whittle
figurehead.
Whittle,
Helson
whittle.
Elves.
Yes. All right. So on that note, we're gonna go ahead and go on break. We
We just come back
shall
full of stuff like we got. We're good.
look at all the stuff we got from the store, guys. Ooh,
Mhm.
all in one trip. Kindred's like there in the back with like 70 plastic bags as he's like, no, I got this. I'm not making 2 trips.
You better have got the headlight fluid and the elbow grease.
I got some WD-40
And the plaid paint.
and some Pepto-Bismol. Because
Oh
you
my
never
God.
know.
Because you never know. You never know. We'll be back in like 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Nobody's gonna know.
Oh no. Oh my god.
Oh, I
Well, hello
failed.
everyone. Welcome back.
Oh,
did they hear that
You
part?
need to roll a charisma save
Everybody.
against the seduction
Hey.
check, but
Oh,
do
yeah.
I have to though?
What?
Really?
Oh no, step bro, I
Oh.
failed.
Oh no. Okay. Well, anyway, you know
It's
this. You know how?
seeping.
Remember how like 2 weeks ago we had a lovely SpongeBob
SpongeBob
like behind
interlude.
the scenes thing. Today was not
Oh,
that
yeah.
well, it was not great. It was
Oh, it was
not
lovely.
Spon-
It
was not
was
SpongeBob.
lovely.
Oh yeah,
That's
Is
lovely.
it was
music
definitely
an instrument?
Conversation flowed.
Anyhow.
Oh, did
Okay.
it
something
flow?
else did too.
Is
Did it flow, Green?
Galil's
Okay.
mannerism an
All
instrument?
right.
Weenie
Jesus.
Hut Jr.
Oh no. Okay, so let's see here. What do we got?
Look at these new step dice I got. No.
Goodness. Penny raid.
Alrighty.
Endorsed by Richard Gere.
As you guys, oh Lord have mercy.
Oh, no.
As you guys are gathering back on the ship,
Oh,
Which ship?
Arjun,
The one-
you've seen. Oh yeah, you did see. I was like, you've seen this ship, right? Yeah, you have.
Garan
Actually,
or
Arjun, as you were
Sultan?
walking back, since you were the last one
Mhm.
to be going back, make a perception.
They've
check
taken
for
off
me.
without you. It's been great.
Bye.
Wheel shit. All right, what
The
am I
wind
doing?
just kicks
Perception
up
check,
as
please.
we're taking off.
Perception. What time is it?
little after lunch.
A little afternoon.
Would
Yeah.
you say that this is
I was thinking about that.
broad ass daylight?
It is daylight, but you're also in a very heavily covered forest, so it's
Just flat.
daylight. But yeah, just regular. It's fine. I hadn't thought about that. I will reserve that for like direct sunlight, but
Mm.
in the depths of the
11.
forest. Also, keep that in mind. The direction that these people are are headed. I just thought of that is like a desert. So
I don't make
I-
mechanically optimized characters anyway, so that doesn't
That's
bother
fine.
me.
Okay,
We'll-
cool.
we'll get you some
I
dark
was
glasses.
just thinking. Yeah, I was like, we'll get you set up. We'll dress you up like a Tuscan Raider.
I mean, I think he could just make do with sunglasses. We don't have to go the full.
I think it'd be really cool.
Anywho, 11.
All right.
Not a whole, not
11.
great, not terrible.
Walking back to the ship, there is. Oh, also, do you have the circlet
What's
with you
this
still? Or no?
passive?
The circlet with you is it the
yes.
circlet with you still? Do you have it on or just with you?
Yeah, he's wearing it, but it's more like it's. You know, when someone is walking along and they're wearing something that they're constantly kind of just like
Fidgeting with.
fiddling with, yeah, just like either they're just it's like the wrong fit or they're just not comfortable with it or self-conscious.
Somebody walking around in a crop top despite they have some kind of body issue with themselves, but somebody convinced them to wear a crop top. Yeah.
I feel like this is
that sounds oddly
Autobiographical.
specific.
this is really specific.
That's never happened.
Mm-hmm. As you are kind of fiddling with it, every time you have it on, there's just this sense of like you feel where all the creatures are. The specific creatures. There's like just a constant sense of their location. It's almost like
All the creatures of the forest or a particular,
this particular-
arachnoid.
particular arachnoids. You feel where they all are, no matter the size or kind that they are. And it's not like so much that it's not like they're like blinging lights of they are there, but you're just cognizant of their location around you as you walk.
You know, it would actually be really nice to have this circlet like in day-to-day life, just so that I don't accidentally run upon an arachnid I wasn't prepared for.
Or whenever you try and smash one and it disappears, you don't know where it went. Now you know. But as you are walking, and the closer you get to the ship, the less you know, they kind of tend to stay around the cluster. You kind of know this already. They just that is their domain ish. The woods are filled with evidence of their being there. They're basically just like you would see the hanging moss in swampy areas. There is those wisps of web that just kind of hang where they are at on branches, like bits of shredded cloth. It's a very like someone TP'd the forest kind of look. You know, it's just like massive amounts of webbing that kind of just either hangs in beautiful intricate array as they are wont to do, but then there are also times where it just like bunches up and it's just like caught in branches as it moves and catches in the wind. The closer you get to the ship, there is just the less of them there are, but then those that are around, there is a general unease. And you notice that something about this area, they seem to just be giving birth, to just be giving like space to, for whatever reason. And it's just kind of just like a subconscious thought. Sorry, that was it.
Yep. As that thought creeps into his mind, he kind of just slows to a stop. And he tries to reach out and ask, what's wrong? Because he remembers when they touched down, the spiders were everywhere in that glade, so something has changed.
There is a moment of you reach out to like the closest one, and something's in the woods.
What kind of something?
Visible to the eye. They all seem to like whisper back at you in almost a odd, creepy
like chorus.
Unison chorus. Yeah. Something invisible.
Great. I'm the spider board queen.
We are the spiders. Resistance is futile. We are legion. Checks out for a bit. Sorry, Elvie. I was trying to get around it as best as I could.
It's kind of unavoidable. Think you can point out a direction?
They do not exist here now, but they are close. But they are far. Somewhere. We cannot see them, but we sense them close. But they are far. They are not here now. They move. They return. They prowl the woods.
And you're afraid.
They do not harm us. But we sense danger. Malice.
Keep watch. Alert those in the village however you can. I'm going to inform those aboard the ship. Thank you.
Yes, of course. Ye who wields the crown, the circlet. We are here to serve.
He tries his best to not acknowledge that whole part. And he's just going to go to the ship. Is the ramp down? Yeah. And is anyone down at that part of it? I don't really know the layout.
So the layout there, the ramp goes up to the top deck. There are 3 decks to this ship. The bottom section would be the it has the cargo hold that you guys came in on whenever the ship picked you guys up. And currently, I would imagine that the cargo hold is down and open as Renan and
like
North.
a big like military
Yeah.
transport plane
Mhm.
kind of thing. Okay.
So
like the SSV Normandy.
exactly. Yeah. Just like the minus.
And that's the D&D. We're just playing that now.
There is like you can see Renan and North that are kind of like shouting at each other as they are like those two people in movers who are trying to like shift it. Like, if you move it- Yeah, they're trying to like figure out the best way to move
To the
car.
left! No! Your left!
Moving the stump and things. On deck, I would say, I don't know who else. I mean, where else are the rest of you guys at? Once you guys are back on the ship, I know Galil and Iskra were down cooking. Soul and Sonder and Kindred, what are you guys doing once you guys got back to the ship?
I'm up top watching this train wreck of a mess as they try to pivot and not pivot and just
Up
look and
top.
see.
Boo boo.
And
We're
then just,
down We're getting it into the cargo hold.
I know I have the high ground.
You are supervising. You are that supervisor that when you pass by construction along the road, there's that one guy who's just like standing there watching the
With
other
Yep.
folks.
clean
Say
boots.
something, please.
And then I just see you coming up, and I just mage hand like, halt, say the password.
Oh, you violated the law.
The spiders are telling me there's something creeping around the forest that ain't supposed to be here. So
That'll work, guys. Wait, are they coming to get us?
it seems to be intermittent, but their spiders seem to be a little worried about it.
I go and I like into the tubes, and then also into Spice Murmur. So it's like an echo for the people who do have a Spice Murmur. Guys,
Fair.
Ardren says the spider says that there's something invisible coming or may not be coming our way. So, battle stations?
Or just fly away stations.
And leave the creature here in the forest for the spiders and thirds to deal with.
So then after saying that, I don't. Are
I'm
y'all
like
replying
just
back?
holding a pan. Shrug.
Just like, "Oh."
High on those shroom fumes.
So was putting his. I think the only thing he has is the silk jammies, and putting that into his old room in the ship. Hearing
Okay.
that, he's gonna spice from her back. Is it possibly the thing that came out of Kindred?
You say to everybody.
Mhm.
Dear God, I hope not. But I'm making my way down to Ardren now. Did they any? Can they see it?
I guess they said they couldn't, but they could sense it, right? Is that what I
Yeah.
understood?
That's just there was something there, but it wasn't there now.
It's
Basically,
more like
you get the sense that it travels around almost like it's patrolling or looking. It's not anywhere here currently, but it's just been kind of around the perimeter of their space.
Speaking of which, it is about time for me to recast the illusion for our ship. So let me go ahead and get that going so I can cast it again.
Oh yeah, that's right. I totally forgot the ship is invisible until you get to a certain.
Yeah, I make a hallucinatory terrain that makes it blend in with.
Do the others know back at the village know this?
They
I
should.
sent word back, but I did want to go and make sure that they got that message.
On it. Damn it, so because I'm thinking Velociraptor, but that's not his name.
Varlazin. Velociraptor. Oh no.
Send message.
Velocipaster.
Velocipaster. Yeah, that's the one.
Let me mark the spell off. Sending. Okay. Oh, not two. Hey, this is Kindred. Heads up from Ardren. There may be something malicious keeping in undetectable by sight?
You're sending this to Varlazen?
Yes.
It's here.
It's coming
There-
from
there-
inside.
The response that you get a moment later is like, there are always things that are creeping in the woods. It's part of being in a nexus between material and the Feywild. I appreciate the alert, though.
Okay, well, Velociraptor's a dick, and he totally shrugged me off. But I told him.
Velociraptor.
May have been your first problem.
Well, it does help when you get the name right. Is there any way any of you folk can expand your senses in ways that most of us can't?
You see a little head pop out, boop, and he just like does the tongue thing.
It's a snake, by the way. The snake.
Yeah,
pops out.
I
I was like imagining another kindred head just popped out of his neck, like
Like from Men in
some
Black.
Men in Black or some bio mutant thing. He's just like, well, this is my twin that just popped out of my neck all of a sudden.
You have to excuse me, I'm budding.
Yay.
The
There is,
So what did
uh,
you do to Kindred?
the ritual went fine.
There may have been
is
a
how
little bit
kindred
extra
reproduce.
clay.
I have an extra life growing.
There is a bit too much of that clay.
There was a bit of a sprue we needed to trim off. We just didn't get to it yet.
Oh
Ooh,
no!
ma.
Oh, this is
Okay.
normal.
Oh, so yes, the little tiny green snake comes and sticks his head out and does the tongue thing to you. Yeah.
Well, they said that whatever it was isn't here now, but it has been kind of coming and going, like it's doing a sweep.
Let me see what I can do.
Are we staying?
I'll start meditating.
Are we staying here tonight, guys? What's the
On the
plan?
ship?
Just to kind of give us a little bit more of a window, he'll ask the spiders again when about that this thing kind of shows up. It's like, is it night? Is it morning? Assuming they have a concept of that. I don't know how sentient and
The voices,
cognizant of English they are.
right? The voices come.
They come.
It moves at night.
Mostly.
Patrols the forest. Around the cluster it goes.
Where it stops, nobody knows.
It looks for something. What it looks for, we do not know. But it is out there.
At this point, who's actually in the vicinity, or is it just relying on Kindred playing telephone with the intercom?
Well, I don't know exactly where he found that intercom was at because it's not on the top of the ship. That would just make all sorts of noise. But I'm assuming he got to the closest one that would be on the inside. Or I guess the closest one would probably be in the captain's quarters or captain in the bridge.
Could we just get everybody to gather up for a minute?
And we all gather out in the center of the ship upstairs.
The
Thank you.
little lounge area.
Mhm.
Okay. So there on the top deck of the ship, there is on the very center there is a like a passenger lounge, so that as you're traveling at high speeds and high altitudes, you can kind of enjoy from the safety of a glass, like
Little 10 forward.
yeah, a little spot. And there's like it's like a little bench seating that kind of goes around the edges, and then
Did
it
you
has
say
like a
from
little
lightning.
Yes,
Do they have a
keeps you
coffee
safe from
table?
lightning. Iskra, go ahead.
I look to Galil when I hear Saunders' voice come over the pipes. I'm like, about time they show up. I guess we
Right?
could take this up there instead of the normal sitting area.
Okay. I get some of these plates for them.
Okay.
I get the other tray ready.
Let's go.
Everybody gathers together. Captain Illy included, and Fanch kind of like standing in the open doorway as everyone is now inside this little space altogether.
Have we gotten the log stowed away yet?
Probably not yet. Pretty close though.
Oh,
It's
You'll-
just poking out at an awkward angle.
Just trying to figure out how
We're
to
having to
close
use
the door.
straps to hold the door shut.
High downs.
Just
I
duct tape
cast level
duct-
4 bungee cords.
Perfect.
You know what? I got some silken rope. We're good. This is why we got it.
Yeah.
you'll make dinner.
Hey.
Lunch.
Appreciated.
It's
Oh,
lunch.
lunch.
But yeah, I just look at Arjun like, you saw me tell them we're being patrolled and there's something out there, right? And they're
It's seems to be coming around at night. Some creature or creatures wandering around looking for something. Kind of seems to circumnavigate the whole cluster.
You think
And
it's
it-
related to PN somehow?
Or Vien or the Thayans looking for you lots and this sweet ass contraption. Hard to say until we find it. Could be something just from the Feywild itself and completely unrelated. But as a small favor, I'd like to find out tonight and instead of leaving it for them to deal with.
I concur.
Iskra's shoulders slump. It's like,
Oh, I don't want to.
if we have to.
I'll start warding.
Well, I'm hungry, so I'm gonna eat first, and then I'll start patrolling.
Illy kind of like lights up one of her little twiglets. So creatures, more creatures, invisible creatures from the sound of it.
I don't know. Maybe invisible to. For some of us, not invisible for everyone. I don't know if the spiders just couldn't see him or.
I suppose that checks out. I've been feeling like there was something creeping around the woods, and I just figured it was one of your, friends.
Well, the forest is kind of a weird place at night, so
Huh,
it's not
you're
a
telling
bad
me.
assertion.
Strange thing is, you said that there were disturbances in the spider silk around the forest.
Yes, I relate that because I remembered as a player that was a detail.
Illy, you said that earlier that you saw something out the window.
Yeah, I thought I saw something like looking inside the window, but when I like focused in that direction, there wasn't really anything there.
That's
Just for the moment, I thought I saw someone's face. No big deal.
I'm gonna set
Light
the tray
bulb.
down.
Yeah, I set the plates down.
Kind of ignoring what's going on, Renan just comes over to Iskra and Galil like, this looks divine. While I still have an appetite, I'd like to look over at this. All right.
You got
I mean-
a nice little charcuterie board set up.
I'm not one to run away from a fight, but I think we should run away from this fight. If it's something that's lives in the Feywild, then
They
the
should be-
naiads and the dryads and the people of the cluster will be able to handle it. If the Thayans are looking for us, I don't know if you guys remember that cat, but interacting with it was one of our worst decisions. We should
Cat?
just take this.
It wasn't a cat.
I had finally forgot about that,
I just kind of
but now I
glare.
suddenly remember.
Renan
Iskra
just
has a-
glares over at Kindred like, oh, yes, because nobody told you not to use magic near the damn thing.
It's gonna
Story
have
time
to
later.
Flips him off.
How about if I can sense if it's near us in the vicinity? How about that?
You can do that.
Have you
Primeval
forgot our friend?
awareness.
You wanted to say something, Sonder?
Iskra has a point. If the Thayan somehow were able to track us down, they should not know where this place is. We don't need any more people dying. Another
Any
community
interacting with the
lost.
thing could give away our position.
But if it's here and we leave,
Then maybe it's
then they're done
Follows?
for.
It leaves them vulnerable.
Yeah.
Well, maybe
don't
we
wanna
could
leave
just
something
try to
that
see
dangerous
what
here.
it is and get a heads up on what we might be up against, and then we can make a decision.
Okay, well, somebody make my plate while I'm doing this.
I'm
What do you
telling
want?
you.
I just throw
I-
everything on a
I start
plate.
making
I sit
Gliz's
down and
plate.
start eating.
this is divine.
Fanch, like, go ahead, Soul.
I am having a hard time with making a decision because I do not want to leave these people or the creatures alone if there's some kind of bad thing here. But Iskra does make good sense too. And I don't want to put them in danger if it is because of us. So, do we have a way to stay in contact with them just in case we leave, go to maybe safer distance, but
Spiders.
still monitor how they are doing and before we leave fully? How does that sound?
We can move the ships and then come back on the minnows if need to.
Well, if I understand right, they were coming around the ship regardless of it being here.
You can talk to the spiders, right, Ardrin?
Apparently now I can.
From how far away?
Can you ask them? Did the thing leave any traces behind? For
We're going to go full Galaxy Quest, and I'm just going to start relaying information.
I've got one job on this ship.
Computer.
Spiders. Yeah, he'll relay that question.
Nothing is left. It takes with it the web. Sometimes it gets stuck in the web.
Seems to not leave much of a trace, but it seems to get caught up in the web and then takes some of it with it, like it's dragging it.
Can
least that means
you?
it's
can we see
physical.
where?
Yeah. Can you show? Can you ask them to show us where? And we can track it that way.
Let me see what I can do.
I'll
And
go with you.
he's going to try and summon whichever one seemed the most vocal out of the chorus.
Peter. It's Peter.
All
Peter. No, just kidding.
It's pronounced Petro. Goodness gracious.
Petro. There is one that is like somewhat close, and it kind of has been sticking closer to where you are at. A medium-sized one, probably about the size of a, German Shepherd or so.
Nice.
Nothing crazy,
Avia.
but it is the closest.
Yeah. So he'll grab a bit of food, something that isn't just like a glop of like mashed potatoes or something in his hand, but it'll just go something that's a little bit more
Solid.
hand eatable, and take it with him outside, and because he doesn't
I'll
want
go
the
with-
thing to start crawling onto the ship and freak anybody out. And he'll kind of wave it over to him as he's touching ground.
Okay.
And whoever was going to follow him.
Yeah.
Can I
Eat it,
try
though.
that too? As I pull out a ration, like, can I try it?
Oh no. Turns into a petting zoo all over again. Here we go with the spider pony rides.
Spider ponies.
Puppy spiders.
Let's go, Oreo.
Yeah, and he'll feed whatever this is to the critter.
Yes. I suppose Sonder has spoken. The name of the critter is now Octavia.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Octavia,
yeah,
eight leg.
I get it. Well done. So you feeding the creature.
Mhm.
What are you wanting to do?
Can you show us what amounted to a path that it took through here?
It kind of just turns and starts walking along the edges of the perimeter of this clearing that the reclaimer is currently taking shelter in. And it travels along the edges and then goes into the woods. Depending on how long you are wanting to travel, it goes around a very roundabout space, but it just kind of travels around the outermost perimeter of where the cluster is. Here, the webbing is at its thinnest, but it's still kind of present, and it just kind of Artavia kind of just travels along. It moves through the woods, along the trees. Doesn't leave anything behind. It's stuck in the webs. And you can see there are sections where the webbing looks like it had at once been like between trees or between branches and is now kind of dangling loosely. But it doesn't look any more so than anything else that you have seen. It kind of blends in. If you weren't being told that it had gone through this one particular point, it would look just like any other section of the forest where this had happened before, or where something had passed through enough to where the webbing had broken. And it just kind of meanders through the forest in a very large arc around the cluster itself. What you recognize it as moving around the edges of that space.
Yep, and he'll just pull a full Sigourney Weaver and relay all the things that it is saying.
I mean, I'm assuming Galil and Kindred, you were traveling with him, right?
Yes,
Mhm.
and if possible, Mal's would have came out and slithered side by side, and I just want to try to pay attention. I know you said it doesn't leave anything behind, but I'm still looking.
Right.
Yeah,
for,
I'm still looking too.
Fur tracks, anything that maybe, I don't know, that we'll get lucky and find something.
Make survival checks, both of you.
One for me and one for Mal's.
One for you as a whole and one for Galil as a whole.
Okay.
One for me and Oreo?
No,
one for me?
just one for you. You guys.
One for
Four rolls!
Octavia?
One for Octavia, two.
Okay,
One for
survival,
the
right?
gods.
Yeah. Survival. Looking
22.
Looking for tracks.
Yeah, 20
One.
for
22.
23. Yeah,
20!
23. Yeah, so
23? Alright, cool. I will say, as you guys are traveling, you run into occasionally a weird track that would be in the ground. But it doesn't really seem to have too many it's not like a track, it's like a single solitary footprint, and it's right around the base of a tree perhaps. And then some 20-30 feet again, you find several tracks that seem to have climbed down from one tree along the ground, snaking up a path, and then disappear at the foot of another tree, and then just kind of like, it's one of those like kind of strange skin chilling moments where it's like the footprints started at the base of a tree, moved across a path, and then climbed up another tree.
We should have taken October off.
The part that is the most unsettling is the amount of prints found in those occasional paths. And none of them resemble hands or feet or even the tracks left behind by the larger arachnid kinds. It's almost like chameleonoid. You know how chameleons have like their hands are like little split right down the middle so that they can grab onto onto things. So it's almost like that. There are a couple of fingers on one side and a couple of fingers on the other side. But there are nonetheless 8 sets of apparent limb prints as this path goes across from one tree to the next.
Having spent a long time in the Feywild, does this resemble anything that Arjun would have seen?
Can I make an animal handling to see if I recall anything?
Sure.
Or history?
Both of you can make either whichever one you feel like you would like to call on for this.
History.
While they're doing that, I'm going to primeval awareness at the side of the tracks.
Okay.
Ooh, both of these are terrible options.
15.
15. Aside from, like I said, like some of the things that tend to climb trees,
It could be a number of things.
but not this size, but speaks something that is bigger than a person.
7, so not a.
Nothing that seems to ring any bells.
Just to like wrap my head more around just the sheer size of what we're probably dealing with. I like look at the tracks and I want to like minor illusion like the hand to fit into the track just to get an idea of a footprint, and from there to like
It looks like it almost is like the size of 2 hands that are touching.
and I'll just like, guys, like this thing is probably really big. Look at this footprint that it fills.
Adam, go ahead and with that sense, I don't think there's any rolls that you need to do. You just kind of sense the
Nope.
things in the area.
I'm just, apparitions, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead are present within 1 mile of me.
That's you.
All it does is just cost a spell slot.
There is the presence of many, many fae, particularly in this. If you get, especially the closer you got, depending on where you would find these tracks, I would say that you sense it everywhere, but you can sense more so the presence within the mile range of like where you guys had gone bird watching or whatever you and Renan the other day.
Oh, yeah.
Like in that general area, closer to where because I don't think you went with the rest of them to go deliver Vienne to the pond, right? So
No.
in that direction, it's like the senses are incredibly strong. But you do get at the very edges of your senses a few aberrations. But not anywhere close to where you're at, but they are like within that mile at the very edges of where you can sense. And it's hard to detect because there's just so much of that Fey presence there, but they are there.
Yeah. I'm going to relay that to Kindred out loud.
Because I'm still like just measuring like this footprint and just okay. So the town's been notified. We should head back. And as long as the thing's been keeping a perimeter, we should be safe for the night. We'll set up watches for sure.
Unless we want to catch this thing.
I don't. I think I don't. I mean,
How
looking
many
from the
did
size
you
of
get a
this.
ping of?
I
Grinder.
can't tell, but I can't tell the exact numbers, but
More than one.
it's there.
Yeah, more than one for sure. At least 2.
The creature makes grinding noises.
That
iPhone's allowed.
that was the sound of your primeval awareness going on.
Oh my god.
Maybe primal awareness is a better name for it. In any
Primal
case,
and looking.
Or 57 wild for you.
It's
keeps on
57
saying-
feet that way.
oh no.
It keeps on
Oh
saying,
god,
hey,
they're setting
hi.
their location.
Yeah. It keeps on saying, hey, hi, hey, Hey.
Looking?
Hi.
Host?
Oh my god. Anyway.
How big?
DL here.
The worst. Okay. So what are you guys doing?
Should we head back? At least now we have maybe some inkling as what we're dealing with.
What time is it?
Inkling.
Really
Time to head
afternoon.
back.
After
Um,
afternoon. After
It's
afternoon.
probably like we're talking like 3 in the afternoon at this point. For the players.
Afternoon.
For the players.
Perhaps we should go get some rest, and then we can return to all of this when night falls, when we know that they're going to be more active.
Did you just fly down with us?
Yeah, I was wondering, where did you come from?
Oh no, I had intended to come with after the after lunch. I apologize.
All
Just
right.
been in
We
the
were
background
really
the whole
into our
time
trekking.
munching
We
on a
didn't pay
sandwich.
attention to you.
Yeah.
Nope, not at all.
That's fine.
No, it's
Alright.
not a bad plan. At least maybe we can get eyes on it and then really decide what we want to do, if anything. La 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 la.
All right. So you guys head back to the airship. All
Yeah.
right. Those of you back in the airship, what are you guys doing? Sonder, Sol, Iskra, Renan. Oh well, Renan went with. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So, the rest of you.
So decided to help himself to another meal. This food looks really delicious. He is going to wait to see what they end up finding out when they return, because he's
Okay.
got some things in mind too that he can probably do to help out with.
Alrighty. Sonder.
I'm gonna eat and then meditate in my room and like fix things up.
Okay. Room. Everyone's getting their room. their room prep
Yep.
done.
Putting out their
Okay.
posters.
Mount the posters.
Yeah. Iskra.
Once everyone's had their fill, I'm gonna take whatever leftovers exist, since a few people just kind of did grab and go. They
Yeah.
probably didn't eat everything. And find a spot to store them. I know they won't last long. It's not like we have a refrigerator. But
You know, it's the turn of the 13th century. You know, it's fine. I'm sure you can come up with something. Some magically imbued cooling box.
if we have such a thing, that's where I would put the items.
Let's
If not-
say that with the upgrades that Gruff and the rest of the Wizards of Evermore installed, there is a little metallic box that kind of just keeps a cool temperature on the inside. So sure, why not? It'd be fun.
Perfect.
Just no topware though. You'll have to invent cling wrap all by yourself.
Yes, I'll put these things in the colderator.
The colderator. Yeah, I love that. All right,
I of colding.
a bag of colding. Yeah, for real. Alrighty. So
And then start doing the dishes.
Aw, by yourself?
no, I would say Fanch would definitely help. She is, after all, trying to learn her way around the ship, and she's got plenty.
Wow. The Iskra and Galil cooked. Everyone left. Iskra did the dishes and put everything away.
No, now
That
I feel
is
terrible.
Well, yeah, you
Oh,
said you
man.
went to your room. You are
Yeah.
Y'all
official.
are fucked
I
up.
feel like if I were there in person, I
Messed
would have
up,
done the
dude.
dishes.
Mm-mm.
I think Soul would have helped,
Cooking?
but I don't
Oh,
know.
now that we called you out, now
No.
you're right.
Nah.
I just also kind of feel that Soul would be in the way if he tried to help.
Oh, because he is a big boy. Oh,
Someone
Fanch.
has done the dishes before.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
How fragile are the
I
dishes?
want to do it again.
Not that fragile because
Nice.
you
I
are
broke
on
another
You're on
one.
latrine duty.
Yeah. You are not LV. Wow, letting the girls do the dishes and the cooking. The patriarchy.
Hey, I did the cooking too.
Smash it, LV.
Hell,
Get the axe.
poison them.
Oh my god.
I didn't
yes.
poison them yet.
It's true though.
Oh, but thank you for reminding me.
Archer just drops dead in the forest.
So I would say that the dishes are not necessarily that fragile because it is an airship. So you know, they
And
kind
the
of
boys.
Yeah,
And-
we've got like wooden plates or something.
I would imagine.
probably.
Y'all can give the
You're
plates with-
splinters washing the plates.
y'all can give the plates with food still on it to someone. They'll finish it and clean it. I'm kidding.
Summons goats.
Yeah, how fragile the dishes. I got this. There go the goats. No, but I would say that while Fanch is helping you like clear some of the dishes away, you know, she's just trying to get to kind of know you a little bit more. So she kind of starts asking, you know, some questions about where you are from, particularly.
Boy, how forthcoming do I want to be?
I don't know. How forthcoming do you want to be? It's like I kind of can't help but notice that you know, there's a little bit of somewhere far away to you. I don't know if it's like the things that you say, maybe it's the accent that you have, but I'm gathering that Kama is not necessarily your first language.
It's
So I'm just kind of
not.
curious.
I'm from a city. Well, you're gonna find out sooner or later. It's not on this plane.
No way. Where?
Yeah,
So you're from, you know, out there somewhere?
I mean, not the Feywild, but
Well, I didn't figure that there wasn't enough, you know, ooh going on with you.
laugh.
You know, you don't get me wrong. Like, there's plenty of magicalness to you, but I didn't get necessarily that kind of vibe. And I have only been in, you know, around here for a good minute.
No, I'm from a place called Ravnica. It's really big, bigger than any city you'd find here.
That sounds kind of nice.
It could be, but it has its problems too.
Doesn't everywhere though?
It's true.
Put it this way.
Things were kind of on the downward swing when I left.
Do they have these red wizard Thayan people?
No.
So then, see, there's a step up in that direction then.
There's still a lot of powerful groups who want to run the place, keep the people down.
Fair enough. Well, I guess that's just the case with all sorts of places, you know? You can never tell. So, any idea what those boys out there are looking for?
I don't know. I hope they don't find out.
I mean,
Telling you, the reason I'm here, so people tell me, is because of my instincts. And my instincts say the best way to handle this thing is to get out of here.
I kind of don't really want to wind up as an animal again. Just saying.
Yeah.
But on the other side of that, I feel like at least to some degree, we kind of have to help these people out. You know, if it is something vicious, there's a lot more of us all together here than there would be just them by themselves.
I'm just afraid that if we fight it, it's just going to call more things. Put some
Well,
more plates away.
at least, you know, we'll have gotten rid of some of the things, right? And if we do a good enough job, then maybe they won't get a chance to tell anybody else. From the sound of it, I don't think it's any one of those, like, yowling cat things either. So, it sounded like it was something bigger. I don't think spiders are afraid of cats, at least not last I've heard. Especially not the size of the ones that are creeping out there in the forest. Ugh. These things give me the willies.
I just don't want to get an army called down on
That's
these
fair.
people.
Well, I mean, hey, they can't possibly have like artillery guns, right? weren't you going to show me how those things work?
I was just about to suggest. I'm sure whatever is left can wait. This is probably more important.
All right, sounds like a plan then. She like takes from her pocket a little red handkerchief and kind of ties it around her hair to keep it from like falling in her face. Pushes up her sleeves. All right, let's get to work then.
Yeah, follow me. I take her down to one of the, probably the right one where I was on the way out.
Okay. Cool. So I'll say you spend the next like little bit kind of teaching her how the cannons work to the best of their ability. And
So this one's a standard shot. This one, I think, is a poison cloud. It wasn't very well explained. Enthusiastically.
hello. One of Greco like just appears out of nowhere.
You want to give us another rundown of these?
Yeah, you see like his tiny little gnome eyes just expand with complete childlike joy of explaining something that explodes. And he kind of goes over it for the next little bit until Kindred and Ardrin and Galil and Renan return.
It's us. Don't shoot.
And yeah, I would say like on this right side, you see the side door on the ship is yeah.
Yes.
Arden decided
Like
to
right as we're
sidestep
coming out
away
of the
from all
trees,
them.
it just makes a like aim right at us.
Yeah, Fanch is like sitting in it, and Grackle is like up basically on the control panel.
It's all like the
that
little
I'm,
lens is all like locked
standing
on.
over.
Yeah. Grackle like points to them. Fire away!
Blind. No.
He's kidding, but he was still like
Yeah.
he sees
He's
you
not
guys.
kidding.
I'm not. No, I'm
Oh
kidding.
no, I can't see. Fire at will.
Yeah,
Alright.
just like, it's us. Good news. Wait, I don't want to yell. I'll tell you in a second.
Can't you
Alright.
just like
I could.
As we're walking up towards the ship, Galil, did we almost die?
think so?
Okay.
you see Fanch that's there in the gunner seat. She's like, "Hi boys," and she like leans over, and the gun just like keeps training on where you guys are at. It's like she follows you along like it's target practice, but she's just learning how to maneuver it.
How
Maybe the
fast
first
can
thing
you,
we can teach
dodge?
is muzzle safety.
Can I like mage hand like just point it away?
No, it's heavy.
Okay, I didn't know
Galil,
how
I
heavy it was.
appreciate the delicious last meal.
Perfect. All right,
Just in
so
case.
I'll hide behind your wings. Don't worry.
I
wow.
appreciate the concern.
All right, so as you guys all gather together again, what are you doing?
What did you guys find out there?
Well, it's big from the looks of the paw prints, and it doesn't do anything. Just watch, right?
Far as we know so far, but it does seem to be maybe looking for something.
Did it find its way into the can I call it the grove? Is that okay to call it?
The cluster.
The cluster?
As far as we know, not yet, but
What was that?
Go on.
Well, I guess we'll just set up perimeters and keep watch for it tonight and just get a feel for it.
to alleviate some of your concerns, Iskra, I don't fully disagree. I more want to find out what it is before we decide to do anything about it. You know, if it's more just an animal kind of stalking around, figure it out from there. But if it's something else, something that we might need dealing with, I don't know. But I'd rather get eyes on it or figure out what it is and what it's doing before deciding we just leave.
Arjun, I think if we find it, we're fighting it. And I'm ready to do that. So if this is how we're doing it, this is how we're doing it.
Do you think that maybe, as an option, if we are worried about this creature finding the cluster, should we try to lure it away? And then if we fight, then we fight it away from the cluster being found.
My concern is that it already knows that the cluster is there. Hence why it's stalking around.
It's
Well,
made its
then-
way all the way around the outer perimeter of the cluster. Then I would wager that there's no way it doesn't know where it is.
Like we
Our
have
question is what's keeping it out, if anything.
Has it found what it's looking for?
Or it's waiting
we're
for the
fighting
cluster to be
for-
weak enough to strike.
That's what I'm wondering as well.
It seems like we have many of these kindred theories. Maybe we should decide together what we will do. Would it be as simple to say who wants to leave and who wants to stay?
Suppose putting it to a vote isn't a bad option.
Well, if that's the case, everyone should get a vote since it affects everyone, including Granny, wherever she is, and the boys.
Finch, who's been like always like the ever-present shadow behind everybody. It's like, I vote we figure out what it is.
Real quick, Aaron, has Salt met Vetch before?
Yeah, she came up to you guys when you guys were having a conversation by the fire, and was saying to you and Iskra and I want to say Sonder that thank you for rescuing her, and that's when you guys had first met her when she was talking about her husband didn't make it out, but she did.
And then I told her that she can come with us to
Is
Atet.
one of the
And then-
animal people?
She was one of the few survivors of the had escaped. Her husband was one of the ones that did not make it.
And Sonder, what were you saying? Sorry.
No, you could. And then she was like, I want to make it more of an effort and do stuff and go with you guys. And we were like, yeah. I was like, yeah, that's a thing. And then I looked to the group for approval, and then everyone was cool with that. So
Yeah, but now she's being like extra peppy, and she pointed a gun at me. Can I insight check her?
Insight
Sure.
checker.
zone of truth. Zone of truth.
Sure.
Skinny
Well,
dipping
you can-
I know-
Any dipping zone of truth.
As you kind of give her the once over, and everybody kind of looks over, just like, just throwing it out there. If it was me,
Like I can't quite control my facial expressions yet,
Yeah.
so it like full on gives it away. Like I totally like judge her. I'm
Yeah.
like, oh fuck.
If I was the one that was in the cluster, and I knew that I had the help of you all, which, if you don't mind me saying so, I've seen you all in action. I know what you're capable of. I'd say you're more than a sizable threat for whatever it is that is out there.
21.
I mean, what's the worst that could happen?
We die.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. But what I meant to say was, I mean, well, when you put it like that,
Banishment?
it's kind of like it's kind of hard to
As she
beat that.
deflates.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to beat that. But I'm trying to do turn over a new leaf here. Old self, fuck that. There is no way you'd catch me dead in this woods to begin with. New self, I've seen some stuff. I know what they're capable of. And I don't want that to be happening to anybody else. I've already lost one husband in this life. I don't intend to lose the rest of my newfound friends. Just saying. I mean, I may not be able to, whip up thunderstorms like some of you guys, or, control the waves and the water and be able to do all that kind of stuff. But I know at least a little bit. I can try and do what I can. Plus, I'm basically an expert at that cannon over there. You guys look pretty scared to me. So if I can put the fear of God into you guys, I can only imagine what I can do with whatever is haunting those woods out there.
And
The spell components are.
I'd said that Isker and I can teach you some martial arts. And
Oh, hell
fighting
yeah.
if you need to.
Be some hand to hand. I mean, I'll get me a frying pan or something, and you just watch me wallop away.
You'd be surprised how deadly a frying pan can be.
Oh yeah, those things
Get
are heavy
some
as hell.
ruffians.
I mean, let's be honest though. Are we expecting like physical soldiers to be like in these woods? To me, it sounded like it's a whole lot of something else.
I mean, when we were out there, I kind of sensed aberrations.
She does the whole that's what I'm saying. Good eyes though, I guess, if you saw it or whatever.
Okay, so it looks like we have one vote.
I kind of want to stay and track this thing down too. I don't want to leave it out here for everyone in the cluster.
Worst comes to worst, we could always try and get it to follow us and then leave, so that tries to lead it away from the village. But if we leave now without it knowing where we are, it could just keep, circling around.
Out of nowhere, you just hear Kindred say "echo," and then I cast Deaf on myself.
Did echo because I had
Because
said the same thing?
it's a vocal component for this spell. That's all it is. So you just hear me say the words, and then boop. And
Why is everyone pretending to talk right now?
Because he cast Deaf on himself, so
I know,
he's not
I'm just
here.
I,
I
for
mean, it only
one,
lasts for a minute, so
it's a minute of peace and serenity. Worth it.
I, for one, see the potential of bringing an army down on the cluster to be the lesser of likelihoods. Whereas if we just leave, the cluster is at the whim of whatever these creatures are. If they're Fae, then we ignore them and we leave. If they're not, then this is not something that they'd be prepared to deal with. And if we brought it down upon them, is it right of us to leave it for them to have to suffer through? I'd rather go to try to find it.
Okay, so that is 3 so far.
Well, considering my ties to this place, I think it's pretty self-evident what my vote is. So I'm with them on finding this thing and dealing with it in whatever manner that is. If that means having to kill it or lead it somewhere else where someone's capable of banishing it, those are options. But whatever it is, it clearly has some fascination with this place, and I'd rather not let it go unchallenged. Because one day, one night, that's going to end up in another tragedy for this place that it doesn't deserve.
We can't let that happen. I'm on the same vote. Arthur.
5.
5 what? Huh? Did you say something?
So far, 5 people have voted on staying and possibly fighting.
Oh, we voted?
It's happening. at the
Voting.
moment.
I kind of zoned out for a moment.
Is the
Thinking
food
about
that
things.
good?
I used the spy's murmur. Kindred, what's your vote?
Stay out loud.
F your way out of that.
6.
Galil.
I said I would stay and
Stay.
track down.
Okay.
About a couple of us camp outside of the village, and then a couple of us go to and stay inside of the airship.
I
Well-
feel like we're making a bad idea worse if we do that.
I'm with
Yeah.
Oscar on that. I've alerted
That
the
one
village.
How far away are we from the village?
You are about a 7-minute walk. Because it was like 5 to 10 minutes, depending on how fast of a walk you are making.
That's 70
mind.
rounds of
Never
combat.
Yeah, no.
Holy
70
shit, that
rounds
is.
of combat. It's a great way of looking at it, you know?
I mean, he's got a point.
Can you last that long?
I would like to vote for leading it away, luring it away, and then
If
fighting
that's what it is. Then
Well,
let's just camp outside of the village together.
below, you got a ping when you checked earlier. You said aberrations, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Anybody got any knowledge on that shit? I can only sense her energies.
I feel like Eloquin would have known, possibly.
if it's aberration, fingers crossed it is from the abyssal plane.
That you're just like, oh no.
I kind of like look at Galil sideways.
So do I.
Well,
I
that's
swear
the
I
case.
did not bring it back. We've already been through this. All I brought back was
What do you
these
mean, bring
mushrooms.
it back?
You want Demogorgons? That's how you get Demogorgons.
Did you pull a pig ug and do something?
I did not. I made no such deal.
Has the druid come out yet?
Of
For the ship?
closet? Oh.
Which druid?
The one that's going to try to shape the wood.
No.
The Velociraptor?
No.
Lareth.
No, they
I
have
would
not.
just say
They
that
have
she
not.
couldn't.
Yeah, Lareth and Varlazan didn't say they could. They said they would try and help, but they're not. They
Whittle it.
don't. They don't know how to carve. They make green grow, but they don't shape wood.
Well, that's what I asked. Is if
I
they
know.
could shape.
And that's what she said. She says they couldn't. She's like,
No, she said she
She
would
did say that.
try, and that she was more proficient in making things grow.
correct.
And she would try to help whittle it. But anyway, if it is from the abyssal plane, we're in luck because I can banish it.
Cool.
Hopefully, if the spell hits.
And if
Does-
not, we can always just set up traps and capture it.
That too.
Do I need
Does,
to stay back if you're gonna banish something?
Do what?
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, hey,
Renan,
just make sure
having
you're wearing
not
that
thought
necklace.
about that, just suddenly
near it.
stops for a second, like,
I just see like the slightest little eyebrow raised, like, yeah, bitch. Act up. No.
I will send you home. I will turn the ship around right now.
I wonder if there's some kind of spell or curse or something that you can put on a person to prevent them from being banished.
You can.
Like a temporary stamp saying that,
Well, I
no,
mean,
I'm on this plane.
if Kindred accidentally does it to Iskra, she can come back with Aliquin's item.
Well, it's
I don't know about
First
Renan.
off, there
It's
is
unstable.
Thunder. You can do that. But I would never do that to Iskra unless she wanted me to.
I could maybe do that. We've only used this once before, and
Right.
it was an accident.
Oops. Consent is key.
Maybe we can find that for you, Iskra.
Let's test it.
Just in case.
Oh
no.
my god.
Oh,
You guys are the worst.
But the,
I'm joking. Relax.
there might be somebody
Oh, but
who knows.
can't you ask your god for help here? Renan?
In what regard?
I don't know, any knowledge about apparitions, or if there's anything from afflicting? I don't know what clerics do.
It would have to be something that he could have felt in the wind, and these creatures have been going through the forest. I'd be asking him about something that he isn't touching at this time.
Well, what do we want to do?
Well, I'm gonna set up wards around our ship,
The ship.
and we can take watches and shifts. And worst comes to worst, let me know when I can. Best case scenario, I'll banish this bitch.
How do we know that it's not
I want
going
to
to attack?
set up some
the-
stuff too, but
What was that, Sonder?
How do we know that it's not going to attack the village? We're going to be
Because-
7 minutes away with 70
Because
rounds of combat before we get there. And then what? They're all going to be dead because we weren't at the village in time
no,
to
they're
take
not,
care of the
because I let
situation.
them know ahead of time, so they made the
How
proper.
do we know that
prepar-
they're going to be able to defend themselves?
We don't. That's why you have faith. Isn't that what your God preaches?
I say that we be prepared and go to the
And we
village.
prepared them. Now we got to prepare
I-
us.
yeah, I don't want to take the battle to the village just in case.
What if it's already at the village?
Then they would have let us know.
Galeon,
I
how
would have
long?
instead
Or we
wait.
would see
your-
we would see flames rising up above the trees.
I have
Wait,
an
what?
idea.
You point over there and you see flames rising up above the trees.
Wait, for real?
Really?
No.
Well, see? You see? And then what do you have
Alright,
done?
time to take
7
off. I
minutes.
guess we're leaving. We no
That
longer
counts
have to worry
polymorph.
about
Okay,
the
bye
flames.
guys.
I just love to
D&D's
see-
over.
See the reaction of just like, oh look, we see flames above the trees, and all of a sudden it's like that scene in Bambi where the forest just bursts into flames.
Soul is like, do you mean like that?
Yeah. What were you gonna say, Soul?
I have an idea. Maybe what I could do is when night falls, I can get the pixies to help. I can. Now I have learned some Fey help creatures and summon them. And if I put them around in the village, maybe they can keep an eye on the inside for us.
Do y'all not trust the guards that are there in the village?
Can
They don't have guard. There's- Well, there's
Well, they have
Two-
like some patrol.
no,
There's what, 4 people there now?
there's 4 people there right now.
The other
Vote
thing is that
against.
the spiders can probably just start telling me if they start seeing stuff.
Also
That
true.
too.
That is also true.
You
Millions
beat me
of
by
them.
5 seconds.
7 minutes.
I say we make a camp out where we found the tracks. That way we know that it's going to go through that path.
That makes
But we
sense.
make it,
Hopefully.
we don't make it obvious that we're there that much.
Anybody got
I love this
drums?
plan. It's like you're, going on a camp out ghost hunt in the middle of October. It's great.
Yeah, we're-
Except we have weapons to fight back.
Also true.
Do we have
And
ghost fighting weapons?
I think I better give you a crash course right now in defending yourself up close and personal. If y'all will excuse us.
Bring it on. Let's go.
I don't know that she should be part of this fight. We haven't had any time to train her in most things.
Listen, if there's one thing my husband used to tell me is that I'm a fast learner. I pick up things real quick. So,
A minor illusion and Demigorgon right behind her. Then how'd that get behind you?
she looks over you, looks over at it, looks back at you, looks over at it, looks back at you. Sweetheart, you know that my husband used to do magic, right? You think this is you think that's bad? You should have seen some of the pranks he used to pull on me back when we were traveling. Oh man, your head would spin in circles.
Pull out the
No.
rapier. Here, just in
Tilt-
case.
I tilt
If
my head looking at
fighting with-
Kindred.
If fighting it with hands
What?
isn't gonna work.
I tilt my head looking at Kindred on the subject of the spinning the head around. Well, that would be an interesting sight for certain.
She like takes the rapier. Can't say I've used a sword though, but I get the basics. The pointy end goes in the other guy, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. She looks down and like kind of puts it in her like sash belt and just kind of like sticks it
Does
in
she
there.
like whip it on one sliding it in?
She just kind of does it like a pirate. She goes, "Look at that. I'm a natural. Let's
I'm
go."
going to leave the meeting.
Yeah, she's gonna go with you.
One
It's good.
sec.
Don't go too
I
far though,
can
at least,
take
please.
that out of that.
We're just going to be on the deck training.
Okay.
Renan, can you take me up high for a sec?
I can. Before that, Frostbrand doesn't say what it needs to attune.
Generally, it's like I feel like with most attunements, it's either a short or long rest.
So, well, we're gonna rest before the fight.
Yes.
So, would I know which one for Frostbrand?
We'll say it's a short rest. Why not?
Okay, cool. So with that, as she's holding on to the rapier, I look to her. If you're gonna be fighting with us, then you're not using that. And I unbuckle the belt to slide off the ring with my Frostbrand.
Okay.
You'll use this. It might do you some good.
She
Oh,
kinda
you're giving her Frostbrand?
She like looks it over and she goes, "This looks rather fancy."
Just
Click
use
the
what
help.
best works with you. How about that?
Is this Sheffield?
All right.
Are there any candles near us?
No, not at the moment.
We're outside.
Inside, but yes.
We're inside, outside. Inside, outside.
There are lanterns, ever bright lanterns on the inside of this thing. In any case, so Iskra, you will go upstairs and start training Fanch a little bit on how to defend herself in case she gets attacked.
Yeah,
Or
it's like I gave our friend Al a crash course in this, so there should be no problem.
Alrighty. Go ahead and make. What would you like to roll for this?
Next lessons on me.
This is like one of those grandmaster training courses.
If you survive,
Oh,
yeah,
man.
you,
No.
Acrobatics,
Sure.
performance, persuasion,
you take your
any
pick.
of depending on like what part of what skill we're gonna use.
You are the teacher here. You get to choose what it is, how you're wanting to do this.
Okay. I don't expect I'm going to be able to teach her to deal a lot of damage, so
Right.
we're going to focus on
just a-
keeping her alive. So acrobatics.
Sounds great.
Dancing lessons.
You're going to be part of this band.
That
You're
was
going to
a
know
really
what you're
good roll.
doing.
Exactly.
this is cool. We're creating a character, guys.
The simple
So-
waltz.
Yep.
What can you not get?
She's got a 25.
Okay, cool. For her, like we'll say a comprehension skill, she rolled a 14. So sounds
Nice.
pretty good to me. She was a little bit on the slow side on movement, just because she was a housewife. She is not, she catches on the aspects that are related to like dancing and movements like that she can kind of get into. So once you teach her like footwork, things start snapping into place for her, and she starts like learning how best to evade and dodge. And so you get that she's a little more on the dexterous side to that degree. So teaching her how to use that along with a little bit of sword, like defense wise, she catches on real quick. Putting those two together. So that being said, the rest of you, what preparations would you like to make for before the night's done, or before the night arrives, I should say? You've got probably about, I would say at this point, like 4 hours until sunset.
I go around and I cast ritually casting, taking a full hour to do so. Alarm in 4 corners around the ship to give us a wider perimeter in case it does come in close, or something does come in close, with the set it a silent alarm and just the crew.
Okay. With alarm, how are you setting this up on a ship on the outside?
So like I can do a 20-foot perimeter. So essentially what I'm doing is doing like a 4-corner cross thing to maximize it.
Okay. How many times can you cast alarm? I mean, ritually, I meant like how many alarms can you hold? Like,
it does not specify, but I know we've talked about it earlier game before stream. So if you want to continue that, or if you want to change it.
No, we'll continue. I mean, we've talked about it before. I felt like it was, we've tried it before, but I don't remember what we talked about. But all right. And then, I don't know. Renan. Okay, Renan, go for it. What would you like to do?
How many days has it been on the circlet since it left? I want to say it was like 5.
Probably. At the very least.
Then I'm just gonna go look for Kindred.
Okay.
While doing stuff.
I'm busy.
I allow you to keep working, and I'm not. I'm just kind of shadowing.
Yeah.
Work that into the ritual.
Ardrin.
He would be instructing the various spiders to redouble their efforts on spinning webs in the projected path of this creature or creatures, and to set up a more a web of surveillance to more purposely keep an eye out for this thing and to send him word so he can kind of keep track of where it is along the path.
Okay.
I'm gonna go set up a camp near the trail that we found.
Kind of close to staying within sight of the airship. So like in the clearing. Okay. So I would say, and then you're probably edges of the clearing. You're looking at probably like 50 feet away from the airship, at least before the tree line begins again.
Okay. At least that way I know that it's been through here.
Yeah. You just kind of follow the path that the Octavia took you guys on, and you get to the edge of the clearing, so you're still within sight of the airship in case anything goes wrong there, but you are not on the airship itself. Sonder, what are you doing? Anything?
I'm going to set up camp on the outside of the airship with a sleeping bag and some dried roots.
Okay.
And then I'll keep watch.
Okay. Just kind of keeping on the airship or outside, off the airship?
On top of the airship.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Kind of watching out over the forest and doing that kind of stuff. Soul?
When it starts to get closer to nightfall, like if it's not already, like the sun.
Yeah, you can say whenever.
Okay.
I'll ask Soul to join me if that's cool. Earlier, I'll ask Soul to join me.
Yeah, he will. So what he's gonna do is he's gonna ask either, and then Sonder, if you want to come with Soul as well, he's gonna ask either Kindred or Galil if they can show me where the tracks were of the creature.
Okay.
So then once he gets there, I'm going to summon some Fae, some looks like at a rating of quarter, I'm gonna summon 8 blink dogs.
Oh.
Uh, yeah,
That's a mess.
Imagine like Great Danes, but they can teleport. It's.
Yeah.
Someone's stuck in the web, like, oh,
No.
I mean, they know. This is
Yeah.
not. Wait, what
they're
was
like stupid
what,
dogs.
What,
Masters of their
what is
craft.
Oh my God, what was Jester's dog name? I forgot.
Nugget.
Nugget. It's not Nugget. They're not a bunch of puppies. These are full grown, so they're a little smarter than Nugget was. But that was the best thing, by the way. Oh my
the
God.
reason why I'm summoning them is because they have keen hearing and smell.
Mhm.
They have an advantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on hearing or smell. So I want them to get the scent of this creature from the trap. And then I kind of want them to spread about while I'm with Sonder on where we're camping out. And then have them just kind of spaced around in between from that spot where the track is, spaced out to where we are, more or less, and then instruct them that if they catch whiff of this creature again, to howl out, and then like have them cascade the howling from blink dog to blink dog back to us.
Basically, because if you're doing it where the closest section would be, it's probably less than 100 feet from the airship is where Galil is currently camped out at. The woods, the forest around you guys is starting to be canvassed rather nicely over the course of the next couple of hours, as it looks like on occasional, no, every now and then it looks like there are just like sheets of webbing that are kind of placed around trees, almost like making like these little random walls that kind of just appear in different places. As the sunlight is starting to dip in the horizon, let me see here. The sun, go ahead.
I'm so sorry. I just want to let you know that I believe they only last for 1 hour, so that's why I wanted to do it kind of like when nightfall was about to happen.
Nightfall is happening. Okay, that's fine. For sure. Let's see here.
Sure, maybe, for sure not.
You guys, the last of the sunlight is starting to fade in the horizon when Soul sends out the dogs, and those they just kind of start appearing. So they kind of have a little bit of separation of space around the airship and where Galil is camped. Galil, are you camping with Oreo out there? Just kind of set yourself up a little hidden spot.
I'm also going to be casting a spell.
Okay.
Which requires arrows of mine.
Okay.
I'm going to cast Cordon of Arrows at 3rd level.
Nice.
It lasts for 8 hours, and I'm going to place them in the ground near me.
Perfect.
To do.
They're basically projectile missiles.
Yep.
Now.
Dang.
So just make sure you don't walk through them.
Sunder got this.
Is this
Reactions.
place where they are setting up on the edge of the clearing within the view of any of our 3 ballista?
The front ballista.
Then I don't know how long this is gonna be, so I'm gonna ask Fanch if she wants to take turns manning the ballista for the night. So then if something goes down, one of us will be awake, ready to strike, and miss the party, but hit the creature.
Probably a good idea that you try and not do that.
Iskra puts on her badass bandana, Rambo style.
Yeah, I mean, currently,
there's Kendrick. Get him!
Currently, Fanch is very much looking like Rosie the Riveter right now with her own like red bandana. So you know she pulls one out of who knows where and gives it to Iskra. So now we have like two Rambos that are ready. ready
don't touch
let's see.
Out of who knows where.
Yeah. As you guys set up in the distance as the night starts to fall, you can hear the sounds of like the crickets and the other night insects and wildlife as it starts to kind of fill the night space. Let me look up something. Oh, wait. Oh, there it is. Getting the right,
Winter is coming.
Oh, that's really loud. Ooh.
Well, it is a big forest.
Yeah, that's fair. I
I
was
just
just
got
like,
someone holding down a can of air spray.
I'm just like, oh my god, it's out there. But you guys start settling in for the evening. Galil, you and Oreo sit in your little hidden spot. When you say setting up camp, are you doing like a little campfire and thing, or are you just kind of like setting up a little spot to keep watch?
A little spot to keep watch.
Cool. Sonder and Sol, you guys are currently on top of the airship, kind of keeping an eye out for things. I would say you're sitting on the little passenger lounge that you guys were sitting in earlier. Maybe setting up on top of that, or you can set on top of the higher rear portion over the bridge of the pilot's cabin.
We should be okay. Last time this happened, we were kidnapped and drugged. So.
Oh,
I
that's
forgot about
right.
that. Oh my god,
Yeah.
that was way back when. I totally forgot about that.
Yeah.
That was
That was when ropes
Yeah, and
were
Alcuin
involved.
teleported
Ooh.
me into the
Oh
Um,
yeah. Like
uh-huh,
100
out into the
feet.
wilderness, and then we
Right.
had to
That's
like
like
hide behind a
500
tree
feet.
while you guys came to rescue us.
Right on.
Considering Galil's request from earlier, I would be with Galil in case he needs that lift.
Okay. North is probably gonna post up on the ship somewhere, just so where he's in sight for both the people that are on the ship and the people on the ground, and is gonna try to keep himself in a position where he can easily go to either whoever needs help the quickest. Arjun, what are you doing?
I would have said being out there with Galil and I guess now Renan.
Okay.
I show them where I'm hiding the traps, by the way, which I'm
Alright.
pretty sure you're gonna make a map.
Probably.
I'll let you know then.
Okay.
No, not that way, Archer.
I mean, these are basically like landmines, aren't they? To a certain
They
extent, you
Yeah.
you put an arrow in the ground, and then if a creature triggers it, it basically flies up in the air and then becomes a bunch of them and flies towards the whatever target triggered
Yeah.
it. So it's basically an arrowed landmine. It's a very interesting spell. Okay. As the night starts to deepen, yeah, as it gets deeper into the night,
We're going in deeper, guys.
yeah,
Real deep.
it's that the tension and nerves of oh, that was a sudden ending of sound. Oh, let me see here. Go back to this. It's fine.
Nice choice of words.
There's that it's like it not necessarily like an itchy trigger finger, but you're just like, especially those in the
We might die out here because of Iskra and them.
except for those of you, yeah, definitely.
Use the poison shot.
those of you guys
With my dying breath, I cursed Piskra.
Iskra and Fanch, you like after a little bit, she kind of leans over. She goes, "How long do you think we're supposed to be waiting in here for?"
I don't know precisely. But if they don't show up tonight, then they don't show up tonight.
I mean, I guess it could be worse, right? Could be raining.
Yeah, we've kind of dealt with that exact situation.
No kidding. You're gonna have to tell me about this story. I mean, you
Well-
might as well. You might as well, since we're here waiting.
Yeah, so we were in a lightning storm. We had to make an emergency landing in a forest. A lot like this one. Really tall trees. Very dense. Night set in. It was raining hard.
She just kind of slowly looks over at you. Is this supposed to be like a ghost story? Because I'm pretty sure I've heard this story told before.
Well, there are undead involved too.
Oh, perfect. She just kind of nods.
Wonderful.
And as you continue to tell her the tale of the of that particular event,
My Benjamin Franklin.
yeah, of
Yes.
Soul and Sonder, you guys are sitting there, kind of staring up at the stars up above, waiting. Your dog's out there, like kind of moving around outside of the range of the ship, but you know, still like sniffing and waiting. And you Soul can sense where they are at. And they're staying alert. A couple of them kind of start playing around with each other, rolling around in the underbrush around in the clearing, able to be seen by the light of this moon. And as the moon kind of starts rising over the horizon, you see that it is this big, bright, full moon as it just kind of rises slowly over the tree line, looking enormous as this like gets higher. Looks, you know, as things do, starts being a little smaller, but it casts so much light in this area. Those of you who are in the little campsite, Galil and Renan and Ardrin, are you guys just sitting there in silence, or just kind of like waiting, I suppose?
Grant, Ardrin, can you see in the dark by any chance?
I can see perfectly.
I pull out my spy's glass and give it to him.
And he's going to make great use of Devil Sight in the middle of the night.
Nice.
You're welcome.
Your telescopic vision.
Yeah, you can see quite
I
into the
got
forest.
that thing, and then we end up getting in a fucking. I get in it. Sent to the abyss. I could not use it there.
So,
Renan.
what does the telescope do?
Gives Ardrin something to do while the two adults talk.
It just allows you to
Wow.
see. It's just like a telescope. It allows them to see far.
Yeah.
So can we see their camp from the top of the the deck of the ship?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I want to go find the boys really quick.
Okay.
Right there.
Inventory,
the
spyglass.
Hey, Sparrow, Crackle. Oh, they haven't. Have they?
What?
Have they seen me as me?
I would imagine by this point, yes.
No. I meant like before. I don't.
They never
No.
met. They never. No, but they have.
They never met Elf Kindred.
But they have
Okay.
seen you as of today. Like they saw you earlier. There's no way you would have been missed.
You have transformed into your old form to
Yeah.
show
Okay.
it to me
So it's
while
not
telling a
so much
story.
as
So
a
when we're in
shock.
the galley or
Yeah.
in like the dining area, so
Okay. So yeah, Sparrow, Crackle. Remember when we crashed in the old forest and I gave you that wand? Do y'all still have that by chance?
No.
When did
Okay.
you use it? In what instance?
As were we supposed to say no? That was what you told us, right? We weren't supposed to let anybody know that we had it.
Mhm.
All except me, because I gave it to you.
Oh, right. Well, no, we don't have it anymore. And they're just
Really
nodding.
now?
They're both nodding their heads that yes, they do have it.
You want to have some fun?
No.
Go get it.
No, no, we do not.
The boys
And I'll
run
wait.
off. The boys
Yeah.
run off to their room.
I wait like 5 minutes. I don't even wait that long, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, no, they're back real quick.
Okay, come on. And we'll get on the top deck of the ship. We'll be stealthy. That way we're not like, what are y'all doing?
Yeah.
And we'll like, okay, so you see where they're at? You see the campfire?
God.
Hey, who wants to do it?
Neither will. They both take a step back.
I'll do it.
Okay.
I'll take it from them and like, y'all ready?
What? Gretel hides behind Sparrow.
Leonis, no.
Wait,
So-
how far? Do
It's
you have to
150
be?
feet.
Oh yeah. Meanwhile, those three of you in the campsite, as you guys are, Ardrin, as you are like peering through,
Blind.
looking deeper into the forest,
Oh,
you see movement.
oh shit.
You hear the chorus of whispers. It moves. They're moving. They come this way. 1, 2. And then from the opposite side of the clearing, more come this way.
Look alive, we got company.
You focus your attention in the direction of those that are deeper in the forest in front of you.
Renan, let them know.
Pretty earlier.
And you can see one of those walls, like you focus on in the direction, and you can see one of those webbed walls as a humanoid form pushes through it, walking in your direction. The wrapping of the webbing clings to this body. Make a perception check for me. I want to see how well you see this.
The
The
loose side of it.
spyglass.
Look alive,
give
people.
any,
They're on the move.
advantage to that, or
Yeah, sure.
18.
18. Much like the spiders had said, there are aspects of its body that seem invisible to the eye, but yet where the webbing has touched it, it's like enveloped it, and it now trails behind as it slinks and walks forward, carefully and quietly.
Is it coming this way?
And then there's this flash of light. As a little flare goes off behind you guys.
Oh no.
Oh no!
As you fire this off, Kindred,
Yep.
the alarm rings on your senses.
And I immediately regret I'm like, oh God, what have I done as it's shooting?
It rings from behind you,
Oh shit.
from the other side of the clearing,
Oh, no.
the opposite
then-
direction that you are facing.
In that moment, not even looking to stay to see the reaction of the joke, I just tell the boys, take it, run downstairs, and
They
And
take
that's-
off. Crawling over the edges of the ship, you see an arm followed by another arm.
Oh,
And a
shit.
figure emerges from the from over the edge. A humanoid figure, but it is faceless. It is smooth except for this wrapping of silken web that covers it. 2 more arms follow as it now starts
Soul
crawling up taller.
I perceive it.
so
Make a
did we
perception check
hear-
for me.
Okay.
Um,
Did we hear
Question?
Renan
Question?
say
Quick question.
Yes.
How far away was the one in front of us?
That Ardrin saw, it was probably a good 70 feet or so.
Got a 13.
13.
16.
Wanted to cast one more spell.
What?
Spike growth in front of us.
Okay. I'll say that's
It's a
part of your setup stuff.
Yeah, 20-foot radius. It's casting. It's only 10 minutes.
Oh,
Can only be for 10 minutes. That's why.
So upon hearing that it's moving towards you, you cast that. Got it.
Yeah.
16 on
Kid-
perception.
Well, you're fine. I'd met Sonder and Soul.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Sonder and Soul, just to see if they heard. I will say you definitely were alerted by the flare that was sent out from the front of the ship, and like sitting up and looking over the edge at Kindred. You see him turn just in time to see this creature crawling up over the edge, faceless, until a gap opens up and it's where a mouth would be. And it's just a hollow pit inside. And that's where we end for tonight.
I'm so excited.
I mean, at least it doesn't look like Kindred was playing a prank. Now it looks like Kindred was trying to tell
Alerting.
us that
Yep, that's
Something
exactly
crawling
what
on
was
the ship.
happening.
Yeah, totally what it was.
They cast a spell
Totally.
on me. I couldn't speak, and so I just did what I could.
Yeah, and we helped Kindred.
Wait, why did Kindred have you guys do the flare?
Because they're the ones that had it.
I don't know.
I don't know what's happening.
Why were you there?
Can you zone of truth this later?
Zone of truth this? Yeah, totally zone of truth it. You want to see what it looks like?
Skinny dipping stone of truth. But not with
Skinny
that.
dipping, but not with this thing. Not with this thing. I am going to put the picture in the Discord as soon as I find it. I don't think I took a picture of it because it's on a book.
I remember seeing something similar to what you've described.
How many of you saw Love, Death, and Robots or Sex, Death, and Robots? The last
Love Death, and Robots.
Okay, Love, Death, and Robots. The second season.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Those of you who saw the second season, you remember the things that was in the field on the train episode?
Yeah.
No.
There's mummies. No, those like weird white
creepy.
creatures.
Yeah. Imagine that. That's kind of what we're talking about.
And for some
Ooh.
reason, I went straight to like those zombie screamy things from like Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, where you're frozen.
Yeah.
Oh,
It is a very good example. Why can I never?
Or to anybody who's seen Priest,
It wasn't that bad.
the vampires from Priest.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Well,
I think I saw that movie once.
I think
enjoyed
Hollywood
it.
tried to forget
I just
it.
don't remember.
in any case, I am going
Oh
to.
yeah, makes sense.
Let's see.
Oh.
Aberration.
I don't remember what
Sure.
they're called. I just remember they scared the fuck out of me.
I'm like aberrations. That's not abyssal though.
Yeah, aberrations are a pretty wide range of things. I found it! Yay! All right, so I'm gonna post this picture up in the Discord. You can, those of you who listen, Derpa Foxy, I appreciate the fact that you just got here though. So hello and welcome, and thank you for hanging out with
And I
us in
just
this
sent
last little
you
bit.
some. I just sent you one that I thought was a good
Oh.
picture reference for him.
Oh,
It's just
that's fun
footage.
too. Yeah.
There's more than one. They can have different looks.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, they're invisible. Who knows what they look like?
Where are you sharing? them?
I'm just now taking the picture of it.
He's saying dick pic.
No, no.
Ooh la la!
I'm putting it in the Game of Santos art. Those of you who do not like, I should probably have spoiled that.
Oh, wow.
It's not exactly a spider, but
Oh.
yeah.
Yeah, that is nothing what Jaleel
What
found.
horror thing
in
am
the
I gonna
abyss.
be looking at?
See? You had to get the Demogorgon.
Yeah. This is, you want Demogorgons? This is how you get
Creepy.
Demogorgons.
That's
Yeah, you know, it's fine.
Renan's sitting there staring at it, just goes, I've seen weirder.
It could be worse. All right, so thank you so much, guys, for hanging out with us for the little bit. Those of you who just joined us, it's good to see you regardless. But we enjoyed having you guys along for this ride. We will pick up with this next Tuesday.
Who's doing the recap?
Oh yeah, let's
Good job,
do
Sol.
that. Thank you for reminding
I
us.
just hope that Ardrin doesn't start off initiative blinded.
Nah, he wasn't looking that direction. It had
Okay, good.
It was one of those things that kind of happened behind him, so it if anything, it kind of helped light the forest.
Well,
for that
here's the
brief moment.
thing with Devil Sight, even in magical darkness, it is pure proper daylight to him. So imagine a flare going off wearing like night vision goggles.
Yeah, that's what I was like. Oh,
Well, now you know what the smell of your own eyeballs roasting is.
Oh no!
Let's have Varlazan do the recap.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
It's just aggressive shrugging.
Well, I don't mind. I'll do the. You guys
recap by Grandma Illy.
What about
Oh
Octasia?
yeah, Grandma Illy or Fanch? What you choose?
Octavia.
No,
Illy.
Octavia's Illy. Okay, we'll do next week. I'm gonna write it on a note. Octavia doesn't do it because she wasn't really there the whole time.
She was watching.
She sees all.
She sees
all and all the dark. Just recounting how she ate a squirrel.
And then I wrapped it. I love my wraps. No.
I like the bipolarity that you did with the spiders.
Whenever you mentioned something about the creatures from Baldur's Gate 3,
Baldur's
I
Gate.
was like, yeah, that was kind of where I went with that, didn't it?
I liked it.
Yeah, it was great.
All right, so
Darth, there
Grandma-
is something
Yes.
new.
Did you refresh it?
There, I saw it.
Socials.
We will help.
Dang it! It is social. I always do the other one that I'm not supposed to.
There it is.
Yay! And the merch, and then we also have the YouTubes for our backlog of videos. Don't forget, this Thursday at 8 p.m. Central, we will be doing the next episode of the Fae Hunt. That's going to be a lot of fun. You guys are gonna love it. It is as chaotic as you can only imagine it to be. Elvie did an amazing job. Sandra did an amazing job. Nana and Leary, oh my god, they are choice. They are so choice. But yeah, Chaos Crew.
Chaos Crew.
Aaron,
until
Darth
then-
is right. It's not showing up in Game of Santos art anymore.
I deleted it. I'm gonna repost it again, but I'm gonna put a spoiler tag on it so that those who do not like looking at the critters won't have to worry about it. But on that note, I guess that covers it for tonight. Let's see who we can raid. Oh, let's see. I think
These creatures.
Careful Cantrip is about to close out. We can go say hi to them. They usually are about to end.
Carefully
Um,
though.
We have no end credit scene or nothing tonight.
Maybe.
So no.
Maybe.
Do you want an end
Do we?
credit scene?
Maybe.
Everybody
Okay.
wants an end credit scene. I have one. I have one in mind, but I wasn't gonna do one. But if everybody
I
wants,
don't really
one,
like them.
I don't really like them.
We don't want to force it on
What?
you. Let it come naturally. Consent.
Yeah, consent. Yeah. Oof.
Yeah, just whenever. I mean, we left on a good cliffhanger, so
Mhm.
we don't have to have one.
Aaron,
I killed Ardrin.
where did you put the picture of the creature?
I'll repost
I
it.
will repost it in a minute. I just have to spoiler tag it so that it's not.
Gotcha. Yeah. I think
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, spoiler clicks. I mean,
I don't
spoilers
know.
in the best way.
I don't know how Soul's gonna react to seeing this abomination.
Oh, it's gonna be wild. That's gonna tell you that right now. I am
you
really
better
looking
do
forward to it.
something.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Night, everyone.
you guys have a good night. Have a good one.
As this scene opens up, a darkened sky fills the horizon. It is not night. It is not day. It's almost like a cloudy haze hangs, drowning out whatever light might come in from the sky. And with it, a broken horizon filled with steeples, towers, a city skyline. This is Mount Thay. This, the highest, most tower of the fortress. A man, a form of a man, walks to the edges of a balcony. At this edge of a balcony sits a table. Various crystalline objects sit on it, scrying stones. Various magical artifacts. Blah, blah. The man walks carefully towards it, a large tome in hand. You can hear the footsteps of his are soft, barely leaving an echo, yet they are there. He reaches the edges, puts the book down, and looks over this smoky-filled city around him. The stench of death and rot fills the air. He turns back to the book and clutches at his chest. This is strange, he thinks to himself. He clutches again. Oh. What is this? He shakes his head, trying to clear something, but the pain continues. Oh. He pulls his hand away from his chest, and there is blood. Blood that is slowly spreading across his body. No. No. This cannot be. He turns and starts walking quickly back into the citadel, leaving behind a book on the desk overlooking the balcony and the vista of the city that rots below the citadel as a lone paper flies off in the wind. And somewhere deep inside the citadel, no, echoes. Something has changed. Something he was not expecting. And with that, we'll see you next week. Or Thursday. See you Thursday.
I love it. I love it.
Oh,
Love to see it.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, we're still live. I can hear myself. Hey guys, you guys have a great night. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you next Tuesday. Bye-bye.